The Lost Cryptids Conservatory, where we will shatter your reality to bring you closer to the truth.
All right, guys, welcome back to another live show, late night show here at 11 o'clock. Hopefully we're going to have a nice show, a nice fun Saturday night. So, have an open mic. I'm going to put the link in the chat here pretty soon. So I hope everyone's doing good tonight. And, we just released another video showing what appears to be eye shine around the camp we had up in the Upper Peninsula. In fact, I don't know if you guys can hear that stuff, but it's really windy and raining and kind of not quite storming and stuff, but on the threshold. And so I apologize for the interference and stuff. But earlier today, we released a video showing what appears to be a single eye shine. That was seen by Jason Kenzie and then was recorded by a camera I was operating. And so you guys can check out that video and see that and stuff. Long story short is Jason had seen it over by the ATVs, basically, the same level. And then in the commotion when he was telling us and stuff, we, obviously we're looking and started filming and stuff. I didn't see nothing. And then I filmed that, and none of us seen it when we were looking over in that direction either. So that was pretty unique because the camera will pick up IR. Like, obviously I was shooting in infrared spectrum, so it would pick up that. And so the if it is a Sasquatch or any nocturnal animal with the nocturnal vision, it will reflect the IR light or the ambient light from the camp that we had there. We didn't have a campfire, but we had some lights and stuff strung about. So it would reflect the light from the eyeball to the camera, and that's what is what we're picking up. And it's not the beam from the camera, the IR light. It's not big enough and stuff to do that. So the ambient light around it is reflecting it into the camera, and the camera is luckily able to pick it up, being as close as it is. And luckily the camera was able to recognize and pick it up. So we have that video, and then if you watch me and Jason Kenzie and mine a Bigfoot encounter, which was it also has a individual that we had our Bigfoot encounter, and then you have a individual on there with one eyeball, or it appears to be one eyeball that stands very close to us in two different shots in two different areas and stuff. So either it's the same individual with possibly one injured eyeball, or it's a technique that they do and they're using, one eyeball to look at you. And we also have instances which we played on live shows, but I have not released them as video of showing a still cam with an eyeball, a single eye shine that slowly opens up and watches the camera for about a good minute and then slowly shuts it. And we'll re-releasing that pretty soon next week. But we've shown it on some live shows. But so there's three different clips of this one eyeball shine in three different areas, different nights that we actually did capture and stuff. So it's very unique and stuff. So maybe that's what they do. Maybe they understand that we possibly can see them and stuff through our gadgets and stuff, infrared and stuff. We can see eye shine and stuff. Certainly when you spot it in the camera, people react, and so if they have developed history and stuff with people, Sasquatchers, using technology on them, then they might understand that we are able to see them through this stuff. And it's not that hard to understand, I guess. As soon as we use the technology and we spot them, we react and acknowledge that we're spotting them, and so they kind of figure it out. So it's not too hard to understand. But so check out that video. Very interesting piece of evidence and stuff, and just one of several instances, encounters, and some audio and stuff we got of these encounters that we had all around us, especially at the second camp, that keep adding to each other, at different instances, different time frames, some audio during the day, me and Jason's encounter at nighttime. There's other stuff that was happening. Jason, when he was sleeping first night at the second camp, individual walked up to him and stuff and made a noise and walked off, but he didn't it was very odd to him. It wasn't anyone else around him, so which he verified by waking up the person next to him and asking if he was walking around. And he was in a hammock underneath a very big teepee structure, or X structure actually. And so they were all around us in this place and watching us, and me and Jason did have the privilege and honor that they gave us of watching them. They popped behind a tree and we were able to view them and watch them. And you can see that whole encounter that was filmed. Jason Kenzie and Blake Dorscher's Bigfoot encounter. Just a couple videos ago. And you can see how we're reacting and what we're doing. And, we try to go right up to the tree and investigate and stuff like that, and try to sing a little bit to, try to be as friendly as we can, because it's an intense situation. They're very close, announcing themselves. So this clip that was released earlier was, it was shot at camp and stuff. As soon as Jason had seen this eye shine right by the ATVs, we were all right there in a circle, pretty much talking and stuff, getting ready and stuff, and relaxing, getting ready to go back out and experiencing stuff. So, we, as soon as he, sees it, there's kind of a scramble and stuff. And then, I start shooting and, kind of just, shooting around because, we're not seeing nothing. And, I even kind of make the remark of, is it really there and stuff, because it's so close and stuff. And are they really that good? And Robert Kreider makes a comment of, yes, they are. And he's a pretty, very knowledgeable Bigfoot researcher down in New Mexico, and definitely knew his stuff. I was very impressed with him being out in the field, because that's when you really get to know people. And can see what they're about and see, how they operate and see if they're full of crap or not. And he really knew his stuff, and it was right. So we captured what was on film. So it appears to be moving and stuff. When I plant myself, I don't move my feet and stuff, and I try to steady the camera as much as I can. So it appears that the object is moving in itself and doesn't appear to be the star or moon. I have comments and stuff from different Facebook groups of it's a milk jug up there with a light and stuff, or it's a light, and it is what it is. It's just something that we got, and thank goodness that Jason kind of seen whatever it was, because it kind of collaborates. And when I showed him the clip, he's very excited and stuff, and because it's just adding more evidence to the possibilities of what we're encountering was in fact happening, and Bigfoot related, and we tried to get as much evidence as we could. So we got lucky a lot of the times, and if it is Sasquatch stuff, then it does kind of show some behavior of things, and the whole situation and the whole trip does point to very intelligent and tactical planning and observation, and very unique stealth capabilities of getting right close to people and stuff. So that was pretty much proven to me with me and Jason's encounter when it happened and stuff, and then reviewing the footage and seeing the eye shine on the footage that we didn't see firsthand. It was a revelation of, wow, as big as these things are, they can get extremely close, and most likely on all fours. They get close enough that they can grab you and stuff. It's well within a distance that a black bear or grizzly bear could chase you down, and we're talking closer than 20 yards, which is too close for bears and stuff to come up and charge on you out of nowhere. So the link is in the chat for the open mic night. Anyone come on, pretty much anyone, as long as we keep it polite, professional, and courteous to others with others' opinions and stuff. It's not a yelling wrestling WWE match. This is for discussions and open-mindedness, and just have a fun Saturday night. So yeah. It's just a light ball. It's basically eye shiner, a light ball that is behind the tree. It's actually not behind the tree. It's actually further behind the tree and stuff, and it moves and stuff, and it's there. So I do also put it on repeat and stuff, so you should be able to see, especially when it's on repeat of this light eye shine on repeat going behind the tree and stuff. And if it is actual Sasquatch and stuff, then what I appear to see from that is when I move and I look at it, it appears to try to, from its angle and how far back it is, if it moves slightly, then the tree will be in our line of sight blocking it. And then when I move slightly more, then that tree and that angle can't block it anymore, and it looks like it might take off and stop, but then it stops. Possibly because it that's what they do, is stop and freeze. I don't be seen, and humans do pick up more on movement in the woods with animals than if something's just standing still or being still. So anyone can hop on and stuff. We'll be running a couple hours and stuff tonight, and talk about whatever, dog man, Bigfoot, other cryptids, anything goes pretty much. So because these things are real. People are experiencing things. I've experienced a lot of things since beginning to not really like to talk about them a lot because it kind of feels like I was bragging a little bit because you see these things that other people don't see and other people spend a lot of time and effort and years into and never see. And then it's just things that happen. And most of the time with evidence and encounters and stuff like me and Jason's, it's just happenstance. It's sheer luck and domino effect that if we would have done this, if we would have stopped, if we would have waited 5 extra minutes, or if I would have went out with someone else, or maybe if we went out with a bigger group, or maybe that encounter wouldn't have happened, different stuff would have happened. Same thing with every single piece of evidence and encounter. It's if you're a few seconds off, a minute off, that whole situation might not happen. Might not have the angle where you capture, eye shine, or you capture pictures of what you think is a Sasquatch in the bushes and stuff looking at you, trying to be, hidden. So a lot of it is, happenstance and luck. When you see these creatures and you have these events, usually it's out of nowhere, you're not prepared, and especially the more abstract ones, like driving down the road and I see what at first I thought it was a coyote. Being here in Lower Michigan, we have coyotes, not really known to have wolves this far south. But when it got in the middle of the road, it was a huge wolf, and I was just in awe because this massive creature, this amazing wolf that is in the wild here in Lower Michigan, is running across the road. And when it gets into the field, me and my girlfriend both see it stand up, and it is running and has the locomotion of a human, of a bipedal running creature. And this massive wolf that was on all fours, that looked like an everyday normal wolf, all of a sudden is standing up and running. And now it's 6 foot tall, maybe more. I'm thinking, holy crap. And we drive by, going about 55. I'm probably slowing down just slightly, but we drive by, kids in the back, and it's just a house is very close. This is not in the middle of the woods, mountainside. It's not wilderness area. This is like everyday rural America, not too far outside of multiple cities. And it's not what anyone would have ever expected. I would go onto these people's properties and ask them, hey, have you seen this? What do you think about this? They'd probably laugh. They would maybe, they might have heard some stuff, but honestly, seeing is believing. And before that, I didn't take it too seriously with Dogman stuff. I thought it was Bigfoot stuff, Bigfoot misidentification, because when you see a Bigfoot and it's far away, you're seeing a big black animal, and people who are not familiar with Bigfoot or anything might say, Dogman, of course, Michigan Dogman, but it was a complete 100% natural wolf on all fours, and it just got up and ran. So things just happen. That was 2 years ago in October, first week of October, around 7:30 p.m. So these things are out there. So anyone come on, we'll talk about things like that. And more people are seeing these creatures and stuff, and there's other videos coming out of creatures attacking goats, and I believe it was South America. It could have been Asia and stuff too, though. Some of these videos and stuff. But it was very, very interesting about that clip is it's attacking the goat, and the whole clip is shot from beginning to end, and it doesn't have any jumps or anything like that. And it shows this creature, this black, elongated creature sucking on this goat, and these people with sticks beat the crap out of it and beat it off this goat and beat it, and they follow it into this creek river system, and they're still beating it in the water and going after it, and it's very, very interesting, a very long, 12, 15-foot long creature, and it looks like almost like a if it was in water and stuff, it would look more natural and stuff than how it was on land, and the way it slithered and stuff. It was very snake-like, but it kind of flowed and stuff. Very like water serpent type of water movement, like a water snake and stuff. But they were beating the crap out of it with sticks and stuff, and I found it very interesting. And the Bigfoot sightings in a lot of places, like Bayou Flats is saying the sightings around Mississippi property, only maybe 30 miles, 30 minutes west of the Bigfoot Odyssey Arnold's encounter. And that place that he has encountered is that place in Mississippi that Carrie had in that area and stuff. And even Mississippi, if you look at the map, a lot of people would say, they'd laugh at Bigfoot down there. It'd be like, where? There's no areas for them to be. But in fact, it's just not true. They are in these areas and in the in-between areas, the farmland, especially, and then private property. A lot of people have to think is most people are not outside majority of the time, especially in the woods or at nighttime, on the lookout or even aware of Sasquatch. So on private property where we Sasquatchers can't go and the majority of the public can't go, as long as the homeowners and stuff like that and the kids, are not engaged in hunting and stuff or actively out there too much or within a set boundaries or normal routine, people have ATV trails and stuff in their backyards and stuff. Well, they stay on the trails and stuff, they're not in the woods. They're not really off trail and stuff. No matter kind of what set patterns and stuff they have on their property, they're not usually outside all the time. And so Sasquatches are, and they watch these people, they watch the habits, they get into the yearly routines, especially of farmers and farmland and a farm property is very predictable. And so they get into routines and they live on these private properties and they get used to the homeowners' routines and they adapt and live around it. And that is honestly how they survive and stuff. And they easily can hide on private property more without being bothered by people compared to, state, federal land, where anyone can go on, national forests, anyone can descend in there and look for them. But on private property, place where, maybe an older couple live, grandparents and stuff, who don't get outside and don't get out into the woods. Maybe their grandkids and stuff are not into hunting or, even if they are big hunters, hunting season and stuff, depending on what you're hunting, majority of people hunt for deer and stuff for trophy. It's usually 2 weeks for gun season. Archery season's extended, but only the most hardcore hunters actively hunt more than one game and more than just a 2-week period and more than just 1 month and stuff. They hunt with multiple guns and archery and small game, big game and stuff. So, but on average, most people, they do their little, a couple days of hunting or, it's only 2-week gun season in the fall. So, that is the window. Beyond that, the number of hunters in Michigan, especially the number of hunters after that drops significantly with people hunting deer and all sorts of stuff. But they get used to these routines that the hunters have, these properties have, these areas have, even the state and national forests, all these places and stuff where there's human activity. They get used to what people are doing, and especially the people who continue to go there, because usually they have their favorite trails, their favorite places they want to see, or their favorite tree stand, their favorite place to hunt, blah blah blah. And they Sasquatches work around that, and they wait for us to get out of the area. They work around us. They know it. It's in the springtime. Especially April, March, April, and May. It's the springtime now, and the snow's melting. It's really wet out. It's going to be raining a lot. A lot of people aren't going to be outside because it's going to be crappy weather. A lot of Bigfoot researchers aren't even going to be out because it's raining. But it's the perfect time for Sasquatches to be out because people are not going to be out. And, the rain doesn't bother them. They're still going to hunt. They're still going to gather food and stuff. But the most important thing is majority of people are not in the woods when it's raining, when it's crappy out, when it's wet out, muddy out like this. So they are going to be operating and definitely utilizing the areas where they know people aren't going to be, especially on these private properties. They know this landowner, who's been there for 30 years. They know dang well that, on a rainy day, he's not going to be out there. It's things like that they pick up on and they utilize, and that's how they're being hidden in a lot of these states, that people just like, there's just no way. There's no land. There's no wilderness. This is not the Pacific Northwest. But they are here. They are in these in-between areas. They are in national parks. They are in the state public areas. They are in private property, and they are migrating and moving constantly because they have to with food sources and to not stretch things out and make things too thin in one area. They do travel and stuff, and they have set routines and areas and migration paths. I'm sure that depends on, how big it is. It doesn't matter, but, I'm sure that they've learned from their families and stuff, it's just something that they do, and they get used to, human adaptation and modernism, even though we're building all these factories and suburban areas and stuff, they're still adapting to all the changes that happen slowly, and they sometimes, I'm sure, have to make hard decisions of abandon. They just can't go into these areas anymore, and they have to move on. But I'm sure they will probably stick around as long as they can because, as modern as we are, as smart as humans are, we really kind of dumbed ourselves down in the natural way of things, and the physicality of things, the perception of the natural world. We live in a pretty sheltered environment. Right now it's raining and it's windy and it's cold, but I don't have to feel any of that and stuff. So I'm not out there, looking or guarding, my property, or looking whatever is trespassing on the property, what kind of activity a Sasquatch would have. Like most Americans, we would be inside watching TV, about going to bed, about 10 o'clock. They, on the other hand, are starting the day off and operating through people's backyards, through the countryside, and these back people's acreage, especially. They're traveling through, they're on the hunt, they might go to your house, just peek in the window and see what you're doing and watch a little TV with you also. If they have downtime, or, if their kids, like most animals, when they're on the move or they're hunting and stuff, or if their kids and stuff are too young, they place them in a spot to stay there for the night. So, the kids get rambunctious, juveniles get excited, curious, and, get a little be Dennis the Menace troublemakers. And so they, cause a lot of stuff and look in people's windows and interact with people and have games and stuff they play. And then if you really take it seriously, that is actually a good thing for them. It's evolving them. It's, like counting coup and stuff. Playing these games, it's a form of getting their stealth up and learning about people, how to operate, tricking people out in the woods, throwing stuff here, how to do this to divert our attention, survival things that they need to survive when they interact with people in the woods. If they don't know, how to safely divert our attention and get away while we are in the woods with them, then that they're not going to be able to hide very long. So if they are doing this at a young age and they are teaching the kids and they are messing around with people, then it's for a reason. It's not just to mess with people. It might be, but like all animals in the animal kingdom, including our young kids, playing, especially at a young age, fake wrestling, fake fighting, all animals do it. It is learning and stuff, and it is practice. Animals are play fighting. It is practice, even at a very young age. Same thing with Sasquatch and stuff. If they are doing that as playing and stuff, and it is for a purpose of being able to hide from humans and stealthily interact and operate and tactically be aware, tactically operate around people and groups of people while they are on the move in the woods, then that is a reason. That's a reason why they would do it, and it's kind of what they do, and they have to get it really good at it somehow, and it's probably through practice. You don't really get it good at something unless you get very, a lot of practice and stuff. You can have a lot of natural talent and you can have a lot of physicality, but if you don't practice it, even wild animals, some of the greatest hunters and stuff, wolves and tigers, it takes them, 5-10 tries before they get one meal. And so, Sasquatches, are just adapted to people. It's how they survived, especially modern times, is just like dogs and cats and stuff who have adapted to us and have been domesticated. Dogs and cats have adapted to us to read our body language, to read our facial expressions, to read our commands and our tones. Your dog, while he might not understand what you're saying, he certainly understands some commands you give him, like going outside, or maybe sitting down, playing with the ball and stuff, going for a walk. Certainly these are phrases and tones that they understand and they understand the meaning of. And so, Sasquatches, if they've evolved to observe humans to survive, and they observed how we operate in the woods, to know our mannerisms, our facial expressions, our body language, our tones and stuff, and some of the words maybe and what they might represent, it's not that far-fetched, if they are always looking and observing everything in the environment, and especially humans. I'm sure they could understand that, how our eyes operate, how we operate, our viewpoints and stuff, how they can trick us and stuff. It's just, it's a way for them to evolve around us and survive. And it seems to be how they are able to be so close to civilization and remain hidden. It's the only explanation. So, and they're people watchers. They sit there and they're watching the private people, the private property, the property owners, the people, the family, the kids, the farmers and stuff. They're checking everything out. What are we doing? Especially when it's fun and exciting. We're having birthday parties, Halloween, fireworks and stuff. There's a lot of excitement and curiosity and a lot of flashy stuff, a lot of crazy things going on, and I'm sure they want to understand, and I'm sure they do when they observe us for hours in our backyards, playing, cooking, having bonfires, birthday parties, fireworks and stuff. I'm sure they understand that, through observation of, a lot of things. And while they may not know every single technological thing, what everything does, they know that, while some things are dangerous, humans are obviously operating these things, and they have understanding at whatever level. But they have to survive these modern times. Just reading some of these, some of the comments and stuff. there's some films and clips of East Texas of I can't remember the name of the property owner who set up a camera facing a mirror facing property and caught supposed Bigfoot stuff. And some people think it's hoaxes. And MK Davis has the originals and does the breakdowns and stuff of these that you can find. So I've done a breakdown and stuff on some of these clips, and I found it very interesting and stuff too, and leaning more towards the compelling side of my personal opinion. But yeah, that would be worth a try, especially if you have Sasquatch on a property and it's continual activity, and you can do a simple experiment yourself. This is have your lights on, watching TV. Have your family inside, watch TV. Go outside, with no lights on the outside in that spot. So no porch light or anything in that spot, and go window peek, and and go stand and without telling your family, you can see how easy it is, and see if they spot you. There's a little test that you can do, and text them and say, hey, can you see me outside if you just look, without standing close to the window. You can do some experiments that way that I'll put that troll, black that troll, black that troll from the live chat. Sorry about that, guys. You guys can try that at home as a little experiment, and you guys can probably see that most of the time, most of your family members aren't going to notice you looking into the window at them and stuff. Because most of the time, why would you be looking outside your window, especially in the countryside, where you live out in the country, your neighbors down the road, there's not someone supposed to be right there, A lot of people just are not going to be looking that way. And so that's a little experiment you can try yourselves. And I've done that, years ago when I was a teenager and stuff, and lived out in the countryside and was doing my own experiments with and Bigfoot stuff and having encounters and stuff. When I had my very first encounter, that's full blown got me into heavy researching and stuff. But that it's just how people are. It's this modern time. We're on the couch watching TV. We have no reason to look outside because we're not under attack. We don't have to worry about bandits coming in and raiding our village. We don't have to worry about being on guard and looking out and making sure that there's nothing watching us, or there's nothing on the prowl, and there's no Sasquatch working his way around our house and checking our pets out. And maybe he wants a snack of your little dog, because the fact of the matter is they are pretty opportunists, and they do eat people's pets, certainly. Whether you like it or not, there's a bad side to them. I mean, even if they're not hostile outright towards people, food and hunger is a very big, strong animalistic instinct. And, when you're hungry and stuff, you will do whatever you need to feed yourself and feed your family. So I'm sure that will play a role in whatever they do, because at that point, I'm sure they don't really care about any person or anything, and they're gonna get food. So you definitely don't want to go in an area with starving Sasquatch, because you might be on the menu, and then you will be covered up as a missing 411 guy. You'll be covered up. A bear ate you. There you go. Oh, you're not in a place where bear at you. Well, coyotes, mysterious canine attack, whatever the story is to hide the fact that you got, brutally devoured by, Sasquatch. So I'm going to put the link in the chat again. People, don't be scared. Come on, let's talk about Bigfoot and other cryptids. The reality is, though, in the encounter me and Jason had, where we are seeing two, and there's at least a third one towards our right, and there's maybe more. We don't know, but at least three that we can confirm because of the two we had seen and the one that I kept hearing on my side, and which crossed the trail, and Jason had seen. That counted three at least. They are way too close. They were way too close. They were within 20 yards. They're within 10 yards. That there's nothing that you could do if they wanted us. Absolutely nothing that we could have done. Even pulling out. I had a rifle on my shoulder. I wouldn't be fast enough to do it. Even a pistol, it wouldn't be fast enough to really get any kind of aim in any situation. You're just going to go down. They're going to hit you so hard and so fast that you're just not going to know what hit you. And let's the not so friendly topic is these things devour things. When people find kills of these things, it's not so pretty. It's pretty brutal. It's pretty bad. It's deliberately carnivoric, like any big predator, and humans are on the menu for a lot of big predators. While they are not, outright food, we are opportunity food. That is opportunity, and we are a lot softer, easier prey than a lot of animals. We are easier to catch, easier to take down and fight. While we are nasty and we are brutal and kill everything on the whole planet, and whether it's with sticks or stones or with guns, we're relatively easy to take down and eat. So older animals tend to attack humans because we are easier and softer, which they find out after eating their first human. They typically keep going because we are soft. And you can find that with a lot of historical animal attacks and continued attacks. So these creatures, if they're hungry and stuff, or if they don't like people, they don't give a crap about people at all. And they think that they can get away with getting you, taking you without having much repercussion. A calculated risk. They will. They will do it. And they will take you, and they will do whatever they want with you. And there are some horrific stories from, mating with you to outright eating you and stuff. It's not pretty. You hear the stories that Native Americans tell you, the stories that any culture around the world, any tribe, any time, they talk about wild people. They talk that they're usually man eaters. They eat people. They steal women and kids. They eat people. So that's not something that's just, a friendly forest hippie giant does. Obviously there's a pretty brutal, bad side to them. It could be all of them. They might have an attitude where, well, it doesn't matter. No human matters to them. It only matters about their survival. So of course, anyone can be on the menu. Even if you're researching an area for years and you think, they really know me. Wow, I feel like, I'm their friend. Yeah, until one day you're not. Any animal, domesticated or not, can turn on its owner for a number of certain different circumstances and reasons. And you're talking about a wild animal, a wild human, or our wild ancestors and stuff weren't the friendliest. We pretty much made war with Neanderthals and killed and did all this, and we're pretty vicious ourselves. And I'm sure they know that, and that's why they probably don't want to be interacting with us a lot too, because they know that we're bad news. Well, yeah, we're pretty weak and stumble through the woods compared to them. A group of us together, we are very dangerous and will hunt and kill and slaughter things. That's what we've always done. That's what we continue to do. We do it to ourselves. We do it to everything. We do it to the planet. So there's definitely a reason why they don't, there's not attacks all the time, but a calculated risk of, if they can get away with it, there's a good chance that they will take it. And that's why there is a lot of missing people. And there is missing people in areas where there are a lot of Sasquatch activity. And while people say, there's never been a reported Sasquatch attack, I mean, that's just not true. There's old newspapers, from the 1800s and 1700s of wild man attacks, of people being attacked and people defending themselves against them, and women being attacked, and all sorts of things. Even in the, all the way to the 1900s, there's stuff happens all through the, first half of the 1900s, the 1950s, 1970s, all the way up. And there's even modern accounts, if you believe those people and what they say, And the evidence from the Native Americans, along with world cultural, says that they eat people and they take women and children. Well, I'm always on guard and stuff, and I get myself in some situations that if I came across some ones that didn't like people and didn't like me and thought they could get away with it, I've been in a lot of situations and areas where I would not make it out, for sure. I'm out there by myself most of the time. I'm not making it out. No one knows where I'm at. I mean, my girlfriend knows the general spot, right? She knows what it's just, but she don't know where I'm at. Where I would be, where to look and stuff, and luckily I've always came out pretty good. Even with that encounter with me and Jason, I was really intense, and putting my gun away and stuff. It was very intense, hearing them creep around and showing themselves, because I don't, one of the thoughts is you don't know if this is an ambush. It's like, hi, look at me, while my friend goes behind you and creeps up on you. Which one was doing, and having experiencing that, and have experiencing this before, it's other people have describe it differently, but I call it slinking through the woods. They are sneaking, and the way they sound while they are sneaking through the woods is very odd and peculiar. It's kind of hard to describe when you hear it and stuff, and you recognize it enough, and then you instantly know. And in that situation, I've heard it again, and I heard it before, and it was so I know what it is. And Carrie Arnold describes it as like a steamroller going through the woods, a soft heaviness that creeps slowly and stuff. It's very hard to describe. It's like the opposite of squirrels. Squirrels are very small creatures, little puffballs, but they're extremely loud, and they sound like people running through the woods, and they make a whole crap load of racket. A Sasquatch is a huge creature, but it sounds like a very small squirrel or chipmunk that you would think, a very small creature creeping through the woods. It's kind of the opposite effect. And this sound is very particular, and it sounds very creeping sound. You're hearing it just creeping as it takes each step. And I do believe now that most of the time, when they're creeping and stuff, it's on all fours. Because it, being all fours, it conceals their position a lot better. It removes majority of the mass from a level that most people are looking at. Most people are not looking down for a Sasquatch on all fours. They're looking up for a Sasquatch walking on two legs. So on all fours creeping and stuff. And I've seen this in Florida when one across the trail, and I had filmed it for the 168. It had crawled, and it turned and looked at me. And it was like this, and it turned its head. It was very creepy, humanoid head. And the way it was slinked down, it was very small, low to the ground, and it looked like reminded me like how a cat moves on the ground, very, very low, and its arms outstretched. When outstretched and it came to a stop, and looked at me. Its head movement was not that of a normal pig or a cat or something else. Uh, Continuing on, crossing the trail into the reeds and going to the other group, telling on the radio, it's coming right to you, and they, it just pretty much circled around them and stuff, and just stayed there and watched us pretty much, because while they did hear it and stuff around them, it never did do anything. So, but it's very low to the ground. This individual, I would say, was 5-6 feet tall, 6 feet tall. It's hard to say it was on the ground. It wasn't, I wouldn't say it wasn't 8 foot or 7 foot tall, massive or anything. No, it was a smaller creature. Lanky, skinnier than, a massive Bigfoot and stuff. But, I would say, about my size, I don't know, maybe a little smaller, a little bit bigger, but I'm 6 foot tall, and it was very low to the ground. Humans can't do that. If it did, it's an extremely CrossFit workout, and people can't do that in the woods and sustain that for very long. Yeah, it was very weird. It looked at me and just knew I seen it and kept going, and I filmed it. And where that clip is it's in a hard drive that Carrie Arnold has, and it is in a second copy hard drive for backup that was given to a member who is not currently a member of my group anymore because of various reasons, but he has it and stuff, and it was supposed to be evidence that see, the problem is when people get stuff to hold on to, they get very selfish about it and to want to share and stuff. It's because, it's important, I must hold on to it and stuff, and it must remain and have its integrity and stuff, in case some scientist wants to look at it and stuff. Okay, well, there's this evidence on there that needs to come out, and Carrie has a lot of priority on his plate, and I know exactly that it's buried in a huge couple hour long clip that it's like 10-second long, less than that clip, buried and stuff. So unfortunately, I hope that does come out, because it is there, and I hope you guys see it. My intention was trying to get a copy of that, but the member, who pretty much a government shill, wouldn't do that. Wouldn't do it and stuff, and even to look at and review some of the stuff, to help Carrie and stuff. It's like, we could be looking at this to find evidence that Carrie doesn't have hours and hours and hours and hours to look at all this footage and to look like what Mark Zasky does and look for Bigfoot in the sidelines and stuff, or look for odd things that are happening and stuff. When he's making a documentary, he's focusing on clips, and if he does catch anything when he looks around, but he's not going to be looking at clips dozens of times to be looking and finding stuff. But so we had disagreement on that, and he was stingy and kept on it. Presumably has all this hard drive copy of everything that was caught, and is going to do nothing with it. But how you doing, James, the college kid?
I'm doing all right. I heard a little bit of your conversation.
Yeah, I was just talking about the video clip that I filmed in Florida, and I do hope that does come out. And
well, no, I meant before that, but yeah.
Yeah. Been talking about a few different things and stuff. So yeah, anything you want to talk about, bring on the table?
No, I've had nothing happen to me recently.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. We're getting we got March here, and got some stuff planned, and got some stuff planned every single month. Actually, some stuff in mind and stuff that we're options and stuff that we have and what we're doing. So I'm excited. New equipment and all that. So the links in the chat, guys. Please join. Join. Don't be afraid. You don't even have to have an encounter. You just talk about your opinions and stuff on Bigfoot.
What new equipment were you talking about?
It is super secret.
Are you talking about that tent? I looked at it. It was pretty
cool.
Cool.
Yeah. We were talking about Tyler might join and stuff, and he was talking about getting stuff like that.
Yeah, I showed him.
I showed him things and stuff that we're looking into. Yeah, and he's looking into. I'm looking into different stuff, but
I showed him a tent I found through like a camping YouTuber, and it's like a lightweight tent, and it has like a floor inside that if there's water like underneath of the tent, it won't go into the inside. It's like a bathtub, like bottom basically. It was unique, but it's a little expensive, so.
Huh.
It's like a 2-person tent too, so.
Yeah, it is gonna be wet out now, rainy away, and a lot of tents. They find out the hard way are not really too much weatherproofed and waterproofed enough. Especially tents that you've been using a couple of years, you need a spray on some waterproofing, and they got cans of that and stuff. I personally have found out the hard way about that.
Oh, of your tent leaking? Yeah.
Yeah, not just tent, leaking, but like downpouring.
Yeah, also another good thing about this tent that I found, it has like geez, what am I doing? It has like a way to get rid of. Hold on. Let me come back to me.
That's fine. I'm just answering this text. It's important. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna have some clips next week, a couple days. Some more of this one eyeball eye shine. So you guys will check out and look at, and some, it's just some evidence, of what we caught. I don't really know what it is, other than we think it's Sasquatch related, due to everything adding up. And I've already said this at the beginning, but we're gonna have some of that and stuff for you guys to show and to see, because that's what we're trying to do, is just bring you guys stuff to see. And there's a lot of stuff that you guys don't get to see that happens. There's a lot of hours that you can spend in the woods that nothing happens and stuff. While we're out there trying, there's nothing actually going on that happens good enough for us to really show and stuff. And this past year, with a lot of people coming and going and a lot of drama and evolution and stuff, and a lot of stuff that's going on in the community and stuff, I personally am definitely trying to, stay true to myself and stay on this course that I want to be on and stuff, and not fall into these different groups or categories, or get sucked into something I'm not, and be something I'm not, and disregard my integrity or my character for money or for politics and this stuff, or any sort of thing. I'm not about that. I came in for finding the truth, showing the evidence, and I don't like bull crap. I don't like these con artists. A lot of the crap that people are, and people are people, and they take advantage of people and they hide stuff, and there's a lot of stuff going on, that I'm hearing and stuff that's coming up, and of the Patterson Gimlin film and stuff, and stuff like this, and uh, there's just so many people that take advantage of people and who put an act, and celebrity TV Bigfoot stars and stuff, and a lot when you investigate and it really comes down to it. If you're out in the field with them, majority of the time it's just about the money. Half the time, they really don't put in the effort or the work into it, and they're not doing what they claim to be doing and stuff. And while TV shows are nice and stuff to watch, the reality of it is most of the time it's fake. It's over exaggeration of really nothing going on. Over glorifying stuff because they have to make a story. They have to have something happen. With Expedition Bigfoot, at least with the first season, I haven't watched the other ones, but the very first season, I'd watched. It came out that they were on a dude ranch. They were on a ranch that they knew about the gravestones there. They knew about the mine. They knew about all these other stuff that was on the property that they found that was a mystery and stuff. And so it was faked and kind of hoaxed in a way and stuff. While maybe those researchers and stuff didn't do it on purpose, and it is TV magic, it's still, in a way, it's lying, it's falsifying reality, and it's not being true, especially when they get blipped on thermals and stuff. How are we supposed to believe that evidence when everything else is chopped up, mix up, mash up of nothing, of fakeness, of it's not reality, it's not happening? How are we supposed to have any real impact from that if they did get evidence from there that everything else is made up? So I haven't watched the other seasons stuff, so I don't have to comment on that, anything like that. But there's certain things that they don't have to do that they do for TV and stuff. So and there's just a lot of people that's just in for the money. It's all about having fun, throwing money, throwing an event, have over glorified camping and stuff. It's not really going out there in the swamps and being in the mud and actually trying to find these stuff, or being scared about not trying to wet your pants when you're actually having an encounter and trying to film and be steady enough, because most of the time there is no encounters. They don't film anything. They don't film an actual interaction or encounter and stuff. And most of the people researching stuff don't either. Most of it is not that. Even the stories of they have stuff happening around camp and stuff. There's no cameras and there's no action. There's no stuff. And I understand that it's hard. Trust me, I understand that it's extreme, and it comes down to luck, happenstance, just luck of the draw most of the time. But a lot of the over sensationalized stories and stuff where these researchers should have the equipment there and should have some type of recording made of, even if they don't catch the Sasquatch, they're catching themselves on video and audio after the fact, or in the chase, or in the pursuit, or in the excitement of the moment, showing the body language, showing stuff that you can't fake in the moment because it's happening and stuff. You can't act and fake that unless you really, really practice, I guess. But things like that. But give me a second, guys. I need to talk to your girlfriend. All right.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Oh, we got a guest joining us.
Oh,
What's up?
Brent from the Tall Ones. How you
What's
doing,
up,
Brent?
guys? Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Oh, cool. How you guys doing tonight?
Yeah, we're
I'm
doing
looking
good.
at
Doing
tents.
good.
You're doing what?
I'm looking for tents.
Oh, nice. What are you looking for? A specific tent?
Good waterproof tent, lightweight.
Yeah, you're gonna need a all-season. Yeah, you're gonna need an all-season tent. So make sure you watch for that because they got a little thicker rain fly and shell to them. But actually, I just got a new tent. It's one of those it's like pops up in 60 seconds, and I got a cabin tent and a little 4-man tent that I just got with those. And it's just like, man, it's so nice. It's so convenient, and they're 4-season too, so it helps get you through the weather because it rains a lot here.
Yeah, it does. It does rain a lot there. It's a rainforest out there.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, having a good tent is really important, especially spending a lot of time out in the woods and stuff.
Yeah, that's like the only place you can actually relax and be comfortable, especially after being up all night. You don't want it to come in there and it's all wet and it's rainy and all your stuff soaked. It's no fun. It's definitely not a morale boost. So
yeah, well, I'm kind of going all out this year. I got myself a cot and so I can sleep on that and kind of glamping it sort of, at least for me, a tent and cot and all that fun stuff. I'm just waiting for a Bigfoot to push its hand down up on my tent. You hear those stories.
I don't know about that, man. I think I'd be a little freaked out, honestly, because
that would be scary.
I'd feel trapped in there, honestly. I just feel like I can't see anything and do anything.
So what do you do in a situation like that? Do you just kind of go and touch its other hand too, and
yeah,
there's some sort of
say something, I guess.
Yeah, Bigfoot, is that you? So, hey, caller kid, where do you investigate at?
I do stuff with Blake.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah. Were you with him when you guys got that eye shine?
I was the one person that he asked me to go with, and I told him no, I'm not gonna walk 2 hours, 1 hour one direction, an hour back at 12 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Something you might want to invest in is like an e-bike. I got one, but it's an old retro one. I want to get a newer style one because that's really the way to go and go very far, very quiet. But yeah, walking in the middle of the woods at night, it's probably not the smartest thing to do, but I guess if you want to have interactions or whatever, it's probably the best time to do it, I think, because it gives them the cover of concealment.
Well, they were going to go get an audio recorder because they were leaving the next day, and I just did not want to go out.
Yeah.
Because I knew something would happen, and it did happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's when you least expect it sometimes. But, you could also consider that, it's kind of, I guess, what it is. With Bigfoot, you never know when they're going to happen or, show themselves or, have some sort of experience.
Yeah. Oh, is he muted still?
Yeah. Just me and you, buddy. How long have you been doing the Bigfooting stuff?
Let me think about that. I think 2018.
Oh, nice.
I think.
That's like 2015 for me.
I sent an email to Cliff, and he got me started basically. Because I was still in high school, so I was like not really sure where to start.
Well, that's a good start. I mean, he's a nice guy. I met him once. He's really short. I was really surprised by that. I'm like, oh wow, that's a little guy. Such a nice guy, though. I mean, he's a great contact to have.
Yeah, I used to watch a lot. I like the Finding Bigfoot show. I know some parts of the show it's not like the best towards the community, but it's a fun show. It's entertaining.
Well, yeah, no, it is. It's it's friends out there bigfooting, and they have good chemistry, and they make the plot somewhat compelling, and it's really the town halls that I think a lot of people tune in for. And I never really watched it, but I kind of watch it here and there. I did watch that Expedition Bigfoot, and man, that was hard. I tried. Oh yeah, it's.
I kind of
bad.
fell off watching the Bigfoot shows.
First season is it's total. Well, like I explained, everything was set up and presented as something it wasn't.
The second season was too, pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, it's a lot cheaper for the production if they go on private property, and so they got to find a place that's big enough that's going to let them do a show that's in a compelling area, and so that's I think why they chose the places that they did, which I guess it's not really as big squatchy as you would want it to be. It's like first season was done on a ranch.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it if you present it as that, but they had the first season especially.
Yeah, that was bad.
Had some computer algorithm figure out the best places and come on now, that's just a total sham. If you said, hey, we were on this property because of activity and stuff, and you tell the truth about it, it would have gave them a lot more credibility. And but it's that TV magic that they have to do. And
well, I kind of wonder how much. Yeah, I kind of wonder how much the ranch didn't want that type of publicity either. Wanted to be known for the big, because because people did some investigation. That's how they found out that's where they filmed it at, was Anton Ranch. And so I wonder if the ranch doesn't really want that sort of publicity of being a place where they filmed a Bigfoot show and stuff. But it was really funny, especially Russ Accord's backpack. It was insanely big. It took him like 3 days to go climb a hill that some girl did in flip-flops in like a couple hours. I read.
Well, to give him his credit, he was packing a lot of weight that I'm sure a lot of people would not do.
Yeah, it was insanely big. It looked good for camera though.
Yeah, being the tough guy, macho guy, and he's capable of actually going out there and researching stuff. I hear good and bad stuff about him, but
I'm sure he's a nice guy, and he's interested in the entertainment aspect of it, and it's like, it's not really for me, but it's for him, and I don't know if he does any real research. I know he's been out on some expeditions, but not sure what really came from those.
Right.
I know he's Bob Gimlin's manager for a while.
I think he kind of still is a little bit, and I
don't know. Relationships get complicated, especially after the whole debacle of the 50th anniversary Willow Creek thing.
Yeah, I hear. There's a lot of drama and stuff and stories and rumors I keep hearing from that group and Bob Gilman and Russell himself about certain stuff, and even Patterson film being possibly fake and stuff, and some secret documentary coming out. I'm sure you've heard this same rumor.
Oh yeah. I've talked to
you actually been releasing videos of interviews of Bob Hieronymus, and the interview you gave today, or you posted today, of
Greg Long
about of Patterson's reputation and credibility and stuff like that. So
well, yeah, it's not something that's pro Patty film, the PG film, but it's something that's already out there that we can't ignore, and it's one of the big reasons why the film is considered fake, is because of these three individuals. And I've noticed that a lot of people don't really fully understand why we shouldn't believe these people. And, because nobody really knows. We just are told that we shouldn't really believe them. We don't really know the details of, the ins and outs of it. And these interviews were, kind of revealing, in my opinion, and it brought up a lot of red flags. I'm going to do another fourth video that's going to kind of talk more about these three things, these three people, and a lot of information that I was able to dig up as far as red flags and misinformation, or how stories couldn't be possible, and really kind of pokes holes in all three of their accounts of what they're trying to attach themselves to the PG film. And So I got a fourth video coming out, but that's why I kind of released those. It wasn't to kind of dog on the PG film because I have confidence that it's likely a real creature, but you know, this is what's being said, and I don't think that, you know, we really know what they kind of were saying about their involvement in the whole PG film. And so that's why I was just doing a create good discussions so people can kind of be aware about it. So when it gets brought up in future discussions, it can be better handled. And like, no, actually the guy, you know, we can finally say that, oh yeah, the guy, you know, it wasn't proven that he was the guy in the suit. In fact, you know, it's not likely because of X, Y, and Z. And it's all kind of laid out there. And I'm going to present a lot more information that I learned since the videos. That's just like, wow, it's nearly impossible for him to be the guy in the suit. Nearly impossible for him to, that guy to be the one to make the actual PG film or the suit. And the other guy just seems like he's really biased because, you know, first, I'll kind of go into it in that video, but that's kind of why I posted them. There's always going to be that discussion of if it's real or not. And I think it's always going to have its camps. You know, one thing I will say, though, that I want to bring attention to is there's the 4K version going around. And I think that a lot, and I've actually seen people say that they no longer believe in Bigfoot because of that film, the 4K version, because it looks fake. It makes it look even more fake. And that's true. The 4K artificial intelligence upscaling that is done to enhance these films it looks okay when it's at a distance, but when you start zooming in, it makes a lot of the creases, or, you know, like a lot of the edges and stuff, really cartoon-like. So it actually, you know, it's not something you should really zoom in on, but a lot of people do zoom in on it because what the artificial intelligence software does is it creates pixels. So it's actually creating information, is creating that video, which is really hard for software to do. It takes a long time. And even, you know, the software that costs hundreds of dollars still has its problems. It still looks really fake when you zoom in on it. So, you know, something I'm going to do a video about that as well. You know, that, you know, we shouldn't use that film as a research evidence. It's more of just an abstract thing that looks good on film, but it's not an actual interpretation of the real life film and what the figure was in real life.
I completely agree, like 200%, because every time I see that, it looks janky to me. I don't like it. It's not 4K resolution. That is, like you said, some computer generated.
It is. It's
stuff like that. It's not true 4K because it was never shot in 4K, so it can never be 4K.
And upscaling it from
it doesn't look good to me.
It doesn't.
So no, I agree. You can't pull off anything off that. That's not anything but an artist rendition, pretty much, in my mind.
And an artificial intelligent rendition that is put together through a certain algorithm that the software is designed to use in order to help fill in the gaps of missing information. Because, you know, look at the PG film; it's 16 millimeter, and it's like, and that's like old school as it gets. And so upscaling it to 4K is like, whew, you know, you can do it off the digital stabilization, which
you're talking about like a box like this of the PG film into like a box that's like massive. There's so much information it's just physically not possible to transform it. But, you know, I think there's better ways about going about enhancing and stuff, making it smooth that, you know, could be possible, but not making it 4K.
Yeah, it's you can upscale it, but man, it's got to be you got to be really good at it, because I've kind of been, you know, going down that little rabbit hole there with AI upscaling, because it, you know, I think it probably contributes to pareidolia pictures as well, the way that camera works and stuff like that, how it'll create faces in the bushes and stuff. And, you know, it's a really interesting rabbit hole that I'm just now kind of going down, but so far it's like, it's a valuable one.
I got a book I'm reading right now, actually. A little bit.
What's that saying?
It says it's psychology applied to modern life, but the interesting thing is all these things are faces, regular day, objects and stuff, and
Mhm.
it's just how the human mind operates and stuff. We try to look for these patterns and stuff, and this pareidolia thing is a big thing, especially when you're focused on looking for Bigfoot. You're focused on finding Bigfoot. You're focused on finding these faces, these things, and pixelization. You go look in your carpet and stuff. You can start finding Bigfoot faces and stuff. If you certain wallpapers and old 70s style wallpaper, you can look and find faces and all sorts of abstract things if you stare long enough. Like Jesus. Jesus is the chip. Mona Lisa is, is in a noodle bowl or something like that. I look and stuff. I spend a lot of hours looking at our films and blowing stuff up, and there's a lot of times where I know it's like, that's pareidolia, even though it looks like a face, and you can find faces in a lot of stuff.
Oh, I've got a lot of pictures like that of like, man, I can release it and be like, people would just eat it all up thinking it's a real Bigfoot. It's like, nah, it's just
it's in here, and several times, but it's not fact, and I have to be true and have integrity about it. And if we post a picture of Bigfoot, you better believe that I think it's a picture of Bigfoot and not pareidolia, because it could be easy to fake stuff and just be like, yeah, Bigfoot and stuff, and there's a question.
People do it all the time. You see it in the Facebook groups.
How do these people make any real money doing this stuff? And it's through over hyperrealization and over exaggeration of pictures and evidence, and throwing concerts and getting donations and stuff, and faking stuff. There's a lot of people who just go out there and get pictures and say, it's interdimensional, half shape-shifting Bigfoot entity, and it's pareidolia. It's trees. There's certain people in Colorado who are photographing natural trees that are falling down into place. There's no evidence, and you look at the root balls and stuff. It's came from right there. It's too easy just to be like, oh, Bigfoot here, Bigfoot there, Bigfoot this, Bigfoot that.
But that's what people want. People want to see what is Bigfoot, not what isn't Bigfoot. And that's why he's so successful to the point where his viewers are actually buying him like the travel trailer that he lives in. His viewer bought him that to go live in so he can go study Bigfoot. And, he did a 15-hour live stream one day, because you get donations during the day, of course, the live stream, He did 15 hours one day. It's like, damn, dude, that's what he does. Yeah. I mean, that's his life. That's his identity is that right there. And, I think a lot of it probably has to do with some sort of illness, but, it makes him happy.
I have no idea. I've not watched enough of his stuff to know him that well, but I look at enough of his evidence and stuff to know that it's not real.
Oh yeah, well I've been following.
It was real, the majority of the stuff that he's doing, it says it's not happening. It's not real, and a lot of it's natural stuff. Now, the areas he goes to are pretty pristine and prime for sure.
Oh yeah, and he might have Bigfoot activity, but
he goes into some spots that look like good,
but you can't really trust what he says, even if he does have true Bigfoot activity, because it's like the boy who cried wolf, he posts so much crap that he knows why he's posting it, because he gets the money and he gets the attention and he gets that relationship that he wants. He lives by himself in a trailer up in Colorado, in the mountains on some ranch. And so I've been following that guy ever since he was started back in Project Go and See, when he was with Nathan Rio and stuff, and they were making the whole tree structures and TP structures and stuff really popular and supposed to be a thing.
Yeah,
he's an interesting character, Colorado Bigfoot. He's interesting. He can go create a Bigfoot narrative anywhere and have it be somewhat entertaining. It's like
it's storytelling.
It is
what it is. It's you're role playing what's happening to you out there, and it's not real. and and the firsthand experiences when you go out with these people, and then you see it and stuff. You kind of get a sense a lot more than just watching these videos. And a lot of people just fall for it because they don't know any better.
Yeah.
They don't live on the woods. They don't really have anything to rely upon, any reference. So it sounds good, it looks good. Oh wow, there's a lot of people watching. It's a lot of subscribers. There's a lot of people that say, "Oh my God, this is the best stuff ever." So, people believe it, and it's kind of hard to fight that and change that, because it is the satisfactory. Oh wow, there's stuff that's being caught. Oh wow, he's actually getting it, and
Mhm.
since
Yeah, I have a certain degree of a level where I will, start speaking up, or to the point where it's like you got to put a stop to somebody doing something hoaxing or something like that. And so I always have like a little scale of like, how nefarious are they? Are they just mistaken? Are they doing it for whatever, because they have some sort of emotional issue or whatever,
right,
because they're lonely or whatever? I mean, I don't know. It's quite the community with how diverse it is, and all the shenanigans that goes on in it.
definitely, it's kind of hurts the heart a little bit growing up, and I guess fantasizing about how this community should be or is or was, but in reality, it's definitely much chaotic and worse, and just nothing gets done really. It's just a bunch of muddy water, especially in some of these.
Well, I've been
Papers.
Yeah, I've been kind of into this subject hardcore, not hardcore, but been really into this subject since 2015. And when I came into it, I was just really open, very naive, thinking that, hey, the Bigfoot community was a unified community that was actively working together on solving the Bigfoot phenomenon. I thought a lot of these people on YouTube were legit because, like you were saying, a lot of people were following them, giving them the thumbs up, saying, yeah, this is legit. Oh, I love what you're doing. I see him too, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, okay. But, the more you go into it, the more you start to see through all the BS. And then when you start going out with some of these people and start seeing through their BS, you really start to get a good understanding of what's going on in this community. And to the point where it's just, you could pick people out just like straight away, just with few interactions or with few video, even one video, you can kind of already get a sense of what their thing is, what their intent is, and stuff. And it's something that people got to kind of watch for if they're really wanting to get true information in this subject, because true information is hard to come by. There's a lot of people who say they know what's true information, but they don't have anything to back it up. We're just supposed to believe them. And well, research doesn't work that way.
Right. Exactly. A lot of people, it's up to us, researchers, to prove what we're trying to say and prove that what happens. And, it's hard. It's hard to get this evidence to prove it, but it is up to us to, if we are presenting it, to prove and to answer these questions. And when you dive into some of these people, their stories, don't add up and stuff, like the moon wasn't really out that night, or any sort of other circumstances, and it really just paints a picture of are you guys credible and stuff. And a lot of these people are taken to be credible, but there's these other things that it's like, when you really look into the background or these politics of this stuff, it does bring into question of integrity and stuff. And there's a lot of issues, like when groups have issues and drama, and there's theft, and there's this and that, and there's other people who are caught in the middle, and while they know everything is going on, they still want to take the money, and they still want to go speak and stuff, and they themselves will, to them, will turn a cheek because it's money. So
yeah, you learn who to collaborate with and who not to, because I've had those same type of fallings outs with people. I've had people like I'd show them a really good area that I've been investigating for years. Next thing I know, they're making a video about how they found this research area and how they're going to go back and do all this stuff that I didn't even know about. And it's like, come on, dude. And it's like he actually, you know, like this one person actually tried to take credit for this tree that I debunked, you know, that people thought Bigfoot lived under. And so I debunked a tree, but he started telling everybody that he was the one that debunked it. It's like, dude, where it just goes to show you like the level of narcissism in this community that you got to kind of watch out for. And it's okay to let those kind of toxic people go and just, you know, it's okay to have few collaborators in this subject because you want the quality ones and not the ones that are going to use you for their own purpose, really.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, unfortunately. You know, they will use you until you have nothing left to be used for, and then they, you know, scrap you on, you know, and there's a lot of it and stuff. And, you know, these, you know, I think there's something that needs to be done. I think, you know, people need to call out these people a little bit more, and, you know, the real researchers shouldn't pay them attention, and there should be integrity, whether there's money involved. And you know what? It's pretty good getting paid for doing Bigfoot stuff, right? You know?
Yeah. Well, I'm actually about ready to call out.
But like, if you're real, there has to be an integrity point where, you know, anyone can give you money. I mean, hush money. You know, what if you get hush money to be quiet about your findings and stuff? You know, I mean, where does this line of integrity end? And is it going to just flip flop? You know, if you don't have any point, you know, you're not going to stand for anything.
Yeah, well, as long as it doesn't affect other people negatively, you know, people can kind of do whatever if they're not out there influencing people negatively or out there muddying the waters or something. I'm about ready to do a video about this Bigfooter that is down in Florida that got caught red-handed hoaxing. Like, he produced an audio, and the dude's so stupid he just copied it from this other video that this person found because he's trying to create a narrative that, oh, look, you know, I'm on this property and listen to these Bigfoots, you know, communicating to each other. But it's actually howler monkeys. And one of my contacts down there found the actual video of the howler, the video that the guy used to, you know, try to create these Bigfoot sounds. And it's up on a spectrograph, so it's proven without a doubt that it's the same exact sound. And this guy, you know, he's out there, you know, collecting money, trying to create a narrative, trying to present it himself as some badass research tracker when he's not. And you know, I've known this guy for a few years and had interactions with him before, and but now it's you know, we now have the evidence to kind of show that this guy is up to no good, so he can kind of go away for good this time. You know, but he like I say, I have a scale of when I'll actually start taking action, you know, like if I speak up or something. Right. So I can have a scale of it. This guy, he's kind of up there as far as he intentionally rips people off. He takes their money. So he's intentionally causing harm to people, the integrity of the community itself, of the subject, you know, and so that's why I'm, you know, going to go ahead and do a video on it and kind of bring sunlight to this virus, to this cancer that's in the community that's exploiting it, and you know, just he's a real shitty dude, and now it's good that he's able to go away for good this time, I think.
Yeah, if stuff like that, it's blatantly obvious. That is direct hoaxing. That is direct lie and theft and, you know, deception of everything that supposedly you're supposed to be standing for. And, you know, if people did give you money, it's for a reason. It's for you because they believe that you're gonna do the research and present the truth. You know, it's not to fake shit. You know.
Well, yeah. He fakes all this evidence to make himself like he is the go-to source, so people will pay him to go Bigfooting with them, and that's what he does. And you know, he uses certain shields to protect his shenanigans, which makes it harder for people to call out. And people have called him out in the past, but they've had bad repercussions from it because of he acts like a baby, and he has his followers that kind of enable him and stuff. But I don't really care about stuff like that. Like, I've already been blacklisted from this community a couple of times from the people who don't want the truth out there. So there's nothing anybody can do to me to shut me up or, get me to stop doing what I feel is the right thing to do. And like calling out these people who are just really shitty people that are really scamming, true hard scamming money, hard earners, honest people that earn their money and stuff off of a lie. And I just can't stand people like that.
No, I have personal experience with like narcissists and really bad, crazy Twilight Zone stuff that you would think, normal people would be able to see, but so when you get these people in the Bigfoot world and these people really want to believe in a Bigfoot, they're easily able to control and manipulate people and guide people out there into, it's like, oh, well, we're going to get out of this area because, we don't want to disturb them too much, we don't want to put pressure on them, and easy excuse to get you out of the area and not really do much research,
Yeah, I can't stand people like that.
And it's like, dude, we're out here for this, like, why? There's no reason for it, other than, you don't want to be out there researching.
Well, the one
other thing.
Yeah, the one person who said that to me was actually a hoaxer. They didn't want us in a certain area for so long because we would find out they were hoaxing. And that's exactly what it was. And this person would have a trail cam out there, and they were influential in the community. And they had like a trail cam out there to see who would go out there, and so they could put them on blast. And it was a really controlled area that they thought that they owned, even though it was in a public campground that was federally owned, that everybody had access to. But it's that ownership of public land that a Bigfooter thinks that they have, and there is, I do respect people's areas, but with this here, it's just, this person was so toxic that it was just, it was bad.
Yeah, you bring up another good point is influential people and influence and manipulating that influence to, coerce and other people to have an impact on people you don't like. That is a big problem, and that is something that is, going to affect the Bigfoot community. And I think it's, time to stop it because, who is that helping? It doesn't help the research, it just helps these people in that little clique, that little group. And, they keep people down and they bring up who they think will be right in total line with them,
Well, they
do, just say, when they say jump, they'll say how high. And those are the people, that get brought into those cliques and those groups and have influence. And as, they laugh at everyone else like they're above everyone else. Like their shit is like, worth a damn,
oh yeah, they're willing to play the game, and
then no one. They don't go out. They don't go do nothing. Sit on their butts.
For the most part, yeah.
Everyone else.
Yeah, but they're able to bring in a crowd, and that's why they usually get chosen, and why they keep getting these paying gigs. Yeah, and it's like, dude doesn't even look like he can go out into the woods overnight by himself, and we're supposed to believe that this is supposed to be some Bigfoot expert. It's like, come on, we can see through a lot of these people, and a lot of people do, but for the most part, they're widely accepted to be the go-to people. But it's funny. It's because it's all about, with the conferences, it's all about bringing in people, and it's like if you don't have that name brand, then you're not really worth the conference promoter to have on the lineup, because you're not going to bring in people, even though you're boots on the ground and can do and probably have better evidence and better experiences than the people who are up on the stage that are like LARPing it, that, you know, might have a little experience, but make it so much bigger than what it is. And I've seen that a lot with some of these name brand Bigfooters, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like, I like to call them.
Yeah, I've seen that too. And or, you know, people, you know, conferences, money and stuff, and money's involved, and want to steal money or take events and steal events because, you know, well, you didn't have that in writing or nothing like that, and now it's my event. And it's like, okay, dude, if that's what you're about, but like, it just shows your integrity, and, you know, I guess that's what it's about. And there's a lot of LARPing and stuff. And it's such pathetic stuff, especially, you know, you're dealing with stuff, and it's like, oh, I'm drained and stuff now. Something has come over me, and it's like, okay, dude, go back inside, go relax or something, you know. It's a fantasy. It's this like role playing game and stuff where like the older kids, these experts, you know, are, you know, and it's all these other little kids, you know, the regular people are in awe and stuff, and like everything they say is this holiness and golden, and that's like obviously how you play the game, you know. These are the big players, and it's not reality. The reality is none of these people really matter. They don't have a voice. They don't influence anything. It's not anything. It's anything. It's just Sasquatch. It's Bigfoot stuff. And when I post stuff and I post to groups, I don't mean write anything. I don't mean write a big story or this and that. I just, you know, I post it, and it's like, you know, you check it out and see what you see. And, you know, if you want to engage, you know, I'm just going to post my stuff. You know, I'm not going to tell a big story about it. It's like half the time people don't believe it anyway. So, but at least I'm going to post stuff and show you guys whatever we catch, you know. And
yeah, well, you know, I think a lot of people like the journey. Like I do a lot of tag along videos where people, I just, it's like the audience is there with us. They're like along with the venture and stuff. Cause I don't know how else to really present our Bigfoot outings, because a lot of times nothing happens, you know. And you know, I like making videos when we go out and stuff, and so there are more tag along videos. Nothing happens. It's just you get to see where these areas we're investigating, and you know, people like seeing that type of stuff because, you know, they either don't live in the area, can't physically get out, or for whatever reason they don't get that experience, and they get to experience it through our videos. And you know, there's an audience for that, and I'm sure we can have a bigger audience if we bullshit our way and, you know, do a Colorado Bigfoot thing. But you know, we have integrity, and that's more important to us than clicks and views and stuff. So
yeah, I mean, I could take a bunch of B-roll stuff and tag it together and just, you know, start making a video and talking about stuff. But I mean, it's not really something I want to do. It's not what I'm about, you know. I really want to just focus on the evidence and real research, and not this storytelling. And
yeah, it's tough because
I don't know. I'm just trying to find my place and stuff now, and watching a lot of stuff, and then it is, you know, it's reminding me that, you know, I gotta blaze my own trail and stuff, and doesn't matter who I push out of the way or what's in my way, you know. I gotta blaze my path, whatever it might be, and
that's the
alone.
Yeah, that's actually the best way to go about it. I mean, that's the way I go about it. You get rid of the toxic people who don't align with your belief system, or you know, the way you go about it, and that's okay. And because you have your goals that you want to have, and like for me personally, I just really kind of want to see one. I'll collect the evidence and do my best collecting evidence along the way, but my goal is to really kind of see one directly, and everything I do is for that goal. But again, I try to collect evidence along the way. I don't ever think I'm going to prove Bigfoot or anything, so I don't have any big stressors when I go out that I have to produce evidence, because, like I say, a lot of times nothing happens out there. We just, you know, we're just out there. But yeah, that's my whole thing in it. I don't want anything from the Bigfoot community. I don't want to be on TV. I don't want conferences. I don't care about my subscriber base, you know, as far as how big it is or anything. It's just, you know, this is kind of my documentation into my journey into the Bigfoot phenomenon, and, you know, take it or leave it. At least it's honest and it's true to what I'm really experiencing out there. And I've gotten incredibly good at the investigation part in the subject, like vetting out evidence and really kind of looking at it from a non-biased perspective, so you can have a really good understanding when you're out there. So not every tree break is going to be a Bigfoot, or a twig snap is a Bigfoot. You're going to be more in tune of what's actually going on, because you know more of what's going on, and that's when you really find the evidence for Bigfoot is there. So I'm kind of hoping for that point, finding that good evidence. Got a lot planned this year for it. Got some really good people that I'm collaborating with that are, have the same goals and same agenda and passion that I do. And we're just going to kind of go out there and put ourselves in situations where we think they are, and where we've had interesting experiences in the past where what a lot of people would call Bigfoot activity. Pretty primitive area. Pretty excited. Just got to let the snow melt a little more.
Yeah. And that makes me excited and stuff, because you're one of these good guys, boots on the ground. I know the people you work with and you collaborate with are the same kind of mindset of this kind of tired of the bullcrap in the last 50 years of nothingness. And I think we're all kind of trying a different approach, and we're kind of blazing our own way towards the same goal. And, I'm excited this year. And,
we all do it our own ways. Yeah.
I think there's, hopefully a new wave. I spoke to Igor and stuff. We had him at the conference that we had. It was the Michigan conference hosted by the Lost Cryptids. Now it's hosted by someone else.
They stole it.
They did. It just, unfortunately, that's what people do when they kind of are.
Sorry, I'm just listening to your conversation. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Hey, if they wanted to go by who spent more money on it, the person who spent more than all of them combined is not part of that. And so, they did, steal it. Call it what it is. It doesn't matter to me.
It happens in this community.
I feel karma's, this is what it is. They don't do nothing. They're not doing anything. They haven't done anything, and everything that they should have got on any of the expeditions, they never did. They didn't do anything, put any work into it. So that's why they don't have anything to show. But they're doing a conference because, they're experts or whatever. But
it's really for the money. It
is for the money. No, it is. Because me and James has full-on clips of this individual who has a check and is refusing it to give it to other people. To set up a group bank account to pay for things, everything done the right way, checks and balances. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, I have this, and it's in my name, so I have to cash it, and trying to set up a new bank account, and it's a whole fiasco. But those individuals who were arguing and stuff over, all this, and are all together now, playing nicely. It's all about money. There's no integrity about it. You
just gotta watch out for those people and identify them better.
Stolen equipment and stuff. I got equipment gave to me by Carrie and stuff for my group, and they won't give it back. Whatever. I know. It's not where I'm not worried about, because the karma is not going to come for me. When you act like that in this community, you're going to keep acting like that, and it's just not going to paint a good picture for you.
No, people find out.
And anyways, that's it's like it's money. It's not even that much money, like $5,000 was enough to like hold it and make everyone mad and all this other. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude, you got a fucking problem. Sorry. That's how it is. It's like, Jesus Christ. I've about shut everything down, and I'll kick everyone out over this bull crap. It's like I'm not in it for that. It's not worth it to me. Fighting over that petty little chunk change worth of stuff, acting like it's millions. This is this craziness that people get into about making money, and I'm famous, and we're gonna have all these people here, and all these. It's flat out just bullshit. And it's not about research, and it's not anything about.
Not.
So, that Michigan conference that's going on from now on by HASA, whatever the stupid ass name is. That's what it's about, and you won't find that anywhere else. They're not going to talk about it, but
it's what it is. And the thing is, just recognize those people and just don't collaborate with them, move on from them. And more focus on what you do, because there's always going to be someone else to take their place, and they're just going to, people like that are just going to waste your time in this community because that's not your goal. It's your goal is to go out there and collect evidence and do what you want to do. And so
Yeah.
dealing with people like that just takes that time away from what you want to do. And so that's good you recognize it. And you know,
kind of the hard way a little bit, but well, honestly, the individuals, we're set up a LLC and stuff, and have multiple people on it. Well, this one guy got our social securities and didn't put anyone else's name on it but his own, and that's where it came into play. And and it's like, well, that's some pretty shady stuff, and then also you got a new truck and stuff like that, and it's like, oh, okay. And that kind of brings me to the point that I kind of lost, when I was talking to Igor, and he said that I'm hoping for this. I said this to him is I'm hoping for this new generation to come up and change things. And he said,
"You're the new generation."
Igor said to me, he has seen several generations come and go, and nothing has changed. And that really stuck with me, and I don't want that to keep happening.
No, he's right though. It's true. I mean, the way things are, the way it was back in the 60s, it's the same type of infighting. People can't get along, and just got to rise above it and just not get caught in the whole drama part of it. And I investigate the subject as a whole, so I sometimes deal with the drama because it's kind of part of investigations that I do and stuff.
You can't escape it.
Yeah.
Honestly, it comes to you in one shape, form, or another. Honestly, and
so sometimes it's like
use it as a stumbling block and a learning curve. And
it comes at the weirdest places too. Like, man, I had this. Oh man, it's just interesting dealing with some of these Bigfooters in the community that present themselves as one way, but in reality, they're not. And I just had an experience with one of them. And it's like, oh man, that was horrible. And the dude is like, I won't get into it, but it sucks having those people. And it's kind of what it is.
I think we, real researchers should organize group research outings with real researchers, not these fake people, and actually get some stuff done.
Mm-hmm.
There's some good groups and some people who have their own groups that are actually getting some good stuff now. They're actually getting better stuff than the last 50 years, where people and these experts and these big groups who have all these trail cams out for 20 years now that don't get anything are getting and stuff, and it's making a lot of these influencers very jealous and scared, I think, and they are just attacking, and it's pretty vicious. And it's just, why don't you guys work on your own stuff and show your own stuff? Why you have to attack everyone else's stuff? It's like, do you even do the work and stuff, or is it just all talk? You go up to you go up to Bluff Creek once in a while, then oh yeah, that's it. Because it seems like to me, there's people who just, it's easy to put on an act and show very little work and say, well, nothing's happening. Well, nothing's happening because you're not doing anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed that people have like a lifespan in this subject, 5 to 10 years mainly, and you'll get people that extend to the 10, 20, 30, 40 year mark and stuff. But once people get towards the end of their lifespan in this subject, they start to taper off, don't go out as much, but still present themselves as going out as much, but they don't really. And you can easily identify those people, and because they don't really do much, don't put out much content or nothing that would indicate what they are talking about, and it's just kind of what it is. It's a crappy subject that way, but just got to figure out who's who and go kind of work with them, because Yeah, I don't know. It's like I sometimes wonder if I'm just wasting my time trying to, talk to people about Bigfoot, the experiences I've had, how to better their investigations and stuff. Just, because it just seems like it gets nowhere. And just, I don't know. It's kind of disheartening being in this subject sometimes. You get burned out on it.
Yeah. Yeah. It seems like that definitely happens. Stuff. I need to recharge sometimes a little bit off of Bigfoot, and that helps. But let's switch topics a little bit. What's some good evidence that you've seen maybe lately that you think is pretty good that people are getting, or what's some of the stuff that you've been keeping your eye on and find interesting that maybe a lot of people don't know about, or something very new, or small groups are getting?
Yeah. I guess just the woodknock experience that people are having and recording. Because I personally haven't vetted out woodknock shit. I've experienced them, recorded them, and woodknocked with something back and forth and stuff. But I can't figure out what's causing it other than a Bigfoot, really, which is reassuring and encouraging. But as far as like new evidence, I haven't really seen much of anything. I've seen a lot of people hoaxing, a lot of people misidentifying stuff, a lot of people just straight up lying, but I can't think of anything that's like, oh wow, this looks really good, because you can like I just posted a video like I don't know, a week or 2 or 3 ago of a short clip of this guy. He sells it really well, but there's a cut in the video and of this Bigfoot then, and it actually has, you see the eyes blink and stuff. It's like, oh wow, that's really good and stuff. But you can actually get contact lenses to have that effect on it, because there's so many red flags in the video that it's kind of really kind of points to just not being real. I can't really think of anything. Because everybody has their own level of what they consider evidence and stuff, and right, different degrees and stuff. And I work really hard on trying to understand what we are looking at out there. Like I'll go to logging groups, forest groups. I go outside the Bigfoot community to better understand what they are doing. So when we go and experience it out there, we know what's kind of going on out there. So I try to do my best on being as well educated as possible out there, or having the resources where if I do come across something, I have, people that are more skilled than me to help me better figure out what I am experiencing or recording. And, that there will help me better figure out what the evidence I'm collecting is and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's just, I wish I could say there was some really good evidence that I came across, because even with the Patterson-Gimlin film, it's like I'm still not fully convinced that that's a Bigfoot, and I don't know if that will change. Like my perception of this will change if I see one and know they're real. But I mean, I don't know, because like the stuff that I'm seeing now, it's like you can just see the red flags or see why you shouldn't believe it. Because like with CGI now, man, it's amazing what they're able to do. And I was watching this CGI channel the other day, and it's like, wow, we can't even take anything at face value anymore. That's why I always recommend people, you have to go investigate the claim, the people behind it, every bit of information you can learn about this evidence that's being presented. And if you start seeing these red flags, like, oh, there's no source, or, oh, it's, whatever, then that's when you can start realizing when it's not real and stuff. But people are getting really good at doing all these fakes and stuff. I don't know. What about you guys? I mean, you guys come across anything?
Well, there's a question in chat pertaining to what you just talked about.
Oh, I can't see chat, so.
Oh, if you go to the comment section up in the right-hand corner, you can see it.
Have you all watched Breaking Bigfoot's breakdown of the Patterson film about the muscles Patty had?
No. Yeah, but I would also ask if that video is the 4K version, because anything above the digital stabilization, I don't think that we can use as a research source, because as we talked about before, the software adds in pixels that wasn't originally there, so we can't guarantee what we're actually zooming in on or looking at is actually a representation in real life. But I haven't seen the breakdown. I've seen every sort of close-up examination of the film, and yeah, it is interesting. But Bob Hieronymus says he put on hip waders, and you can kind of see how it could resemble hip waders in a way, but some of the calf movements and stuff are really good on it. And
Right.
but the breakdown, we have to be cautious of what we're actually breaking down, what kind of footage of it, because it might be bringing in artifacts that wasn't originally there, like muscle movement and stuff. No, I haven't saw that one yet, but I'll probably check it out.
Yeah, you can tweak a lot of stuff when you're enhancing and messing with stuff to bring out better quality images and stuff. You're distorting colors and stuff like that. Another interesting thing is the footprints. Is we got tracks of Patty, and they have stood the test of time from all the tests that we have done to them, and Jeff Meldrum touts them as legitimate and stuff like that. So there's
And
something
the good thing,
aspect.
and the good thing is they don't resemble the Ray Wallace prints that people were depositing all around the Bluff Creek area, because there's a lot of footprint hoaxing going on around that time. So luckily, these Patty prints aren't they aren't associated with any of the known Wallace prints that were distributed over the years there. So I mean, that's a really good positive thing.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, even if I believe it's a real creature, but even if it wasn't, there's plenty of people who've had experiences with these creatures out there they are obviously real, but
yeah. Well, for me, I have to see one. I'm at the point in my investigation where the only information I'm going to accept now, if they're real or not, is to actually see one myself. And that's why I go out as much as I can to try and put myself in that situation so I can know for sure. Because I can't. I tried that once. I believed in something without properly vetting it out, and I ended up being wrong about that, and try not to put myself in that situation again.
Yeah, growing, that's what this is about too. And I think there's a lot of growth in the community. There's a lot of different things that is happening now that it wasn't happening, in the 60s and 70s and 80s. And I hope where we're at in the next 5 to 10 years is in a different place than we are now, and we are dealt with this political correctness. Let's just say, call it what it is, what all this other shenanigans, and accepting all this bullcrap. Hopefully, we're in a place where it's not about that, and we have scientists working with us and better evidence. I hope to film one. I hope to get as much good evidence I can. And with the CGI, I think it's better that we should move to interaction with interacting and stuff that you can't fake with CGI.
Exactly.
Stuff you can't fake our interaction, our body language, sweating, stuff like that. And get the shot of Bigfoot and stuff too. And if you add it all up, hopefully CGI won't be that good, but in the future, CGI is going to be pretty indistinguishable, and holograms and stuff. I mean, you're talking about like that technology. That easy way to hoax everything is through holograms and stuff. But
but the thing is, what
actually comes out as civilian tech.
Yeah, usually those
debunkers.
Usually those CGI videos are. They're standalones. Like they're not from a researcher. They're not from like an organization. They just randomly show up one day, no real source. So luckily those CGI videos, we can easily identify with those red flags because we know that there's no source. So we shouldn't accept it because why wouldn't anyone take ownership of this footage? If I had footage like that, honestly, I'd sell it to TMZ for like $1 million, because I know they would eventually release it, and I'd get paid. That's what I would do personally. Seem to be the only one in the Bigfoot community that would sell their footage to TMZ. I know it would be released and the world would get to see it. It wouldn't be locked up in some.
Well, or would it? How do you know? Because you just sold it, so you don't have no control over it.
But TMZ wouldn't want to spend $1 million on to have something not be published. They're going to make so much money off that.
I mean, who's to say? The people believe in cover-ups, and people believe that the news lie to people. I mean, about all sorts of other things. Why not Bigfoot?
Well, I'll probably make a backup copy just in case, and leak it online there, and just in case. And I'll have $1 million, so I'll be able to better protect myself, so I don't have any repercussions from it. I have $1 million to invest in a Bigfoot expedition.
That would be something, it wouldn't take $1 million. I think, if you could spend the money and just keep a group of people out there like for a whole year, that would be.
That's what we need.
Because that's the time, that's what you need is.
Yeah, people out there.
A whole year out in one area or have all the food there.
A rotation.
And, I mean.
Like a rotation of people even,
Oh, yeah, and I mean, it takes money, especially if you're going to compensate these people away from their families. Like, they should, they're going to be missing regular work, there would be a lot of money and stuff into it, but
well, that's the way we get
researchers.
Yeah.
I think we could get a lot of stuff done.
Yeah, well, I think that's kind of the way we need to go, is that route right there. Is people need to be out there long term, living among them. Like myself, I'm a weekend warrior, so I can only do so much in a weekend. And same with, I think that's what 99% of the people out there investigating are weekend warriors. We don't have time, we don't have the money for it because we have lives, we have jobs and stuff. And but I think that's what it's going to take. And I always encourage people who are out there actively investigating it to look how research funding is done in the real world, like how research grants are done, how the paperwork it takes to go into that, the accountability that's included with it. I was actually going to do a video on this to talk about, because I think a lack of funding is one of the biggest issues in this subject. The funding going to good quality people, because I noticed like funding goes to people like, oh, hey, buy me a new camera so I can go get video of Bigfoot. Then, you later find out that they sold it, months down the road. And, but if you have like a research plan put together, like you would go get a research grant from a university or from some donor. And there's a lot of templates online to use to help structure an investigation or research, somebody's research, so that they can better present it to get funding for the quality research that they're doing. And I think if the quality researchers take that approach and look at it from that perspective and gear their investigation towards that, where they're presenting everything that they have in a way that is articulated quickly in a research grant, and the accountability is shown in the research grant, like, if you get a trail cam, like if you purchase a trail cam, you will guarantee that over the course of that year, you are going to service that trail cam as far as make sure there's batteries in it and make sure you are getting the pictures from it. So that's accountability. That's where the money's going and stuff, like receipts and stuff. And I think if people, took that approach on it, they'd probably, get more funding or sponsorship, like Red Bull or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
That would be cool.
It is an issue, that's for sure. And then no one wants to touch it. No one wants to touch us because they see all the craziness, the fighting, the drama, the backstabbing and all the other crap, and it's not worth it to them.
And the bad evidence, really, mainly. That's why scientists aren't interested, is because we don't have the quality evidence that we need, mainly because we don't have the gear and time and everything to get it. So it's kind of like a snake eating its tail.
It's kind of just goes in circles because we don't have funding, we can't get the good equipment, doesn't get good enough evidence for the funding, or to convince everyone, and unless you can get those people out there and experiencing it, they're really not open to it. Other than maybe the possibility, but not enough to make things happen. Henceforth, why there's no research study, there's no cooperation. There has been some, but the stories that come from it is there's a wall of bureaucracy and of corruption and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's sounds like the Bigfoot community.
Universities are involved and had experts. Gatekeepers are also implicated into that stuff too. So it just makes you wonder, are these rumors true? Is it really happening? Because it does paint a very bad picture to a few people, one in particular that a lot of people, everyone pretty much looks up to and would definitely hand over evidence to and stuff, and have, and DNA evidence and footprints and all sorts of stuff. So it does make me think, because it seems like that's what that's what it's always been about. Even the very beginning of, was the film shot in October or September, November, or was the film developed at this date, that date shown here, there? Was it, Bob Gillen says this in another interview, like he said, he jumped over the creek and was on his horse and she turned around. The other one is he got off the horse and she turned around, right? Is an inconsistency that, he tells, and maybe it's just the story, he doesn't remember the detail, right? Another one is like Bob Gillen doesn't know how to operate the camera, but who's filming Roger if Bob can't operate the camera when Rogers is the only one riding on the clip,
Mm-hmm.
Things like that doesn't add up and make sense and stuff. So
my gosh, that PG film
and everything else like that, and
it's such a rabbit hole.
It seems like everything's built on this fabricating the truth, whether it's big or small.
Yeah, and
the film is real and stuff and really shot. There's some odd things that don't make sense. Why fabricate this? It doesn't make sense. You don't have to. No reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
And other things. So
yeah, like I said, those three people that I posted the videos about, Philip Morris, Bob Hieronymus, and Greg Long, those are the three people why that film is mainly rejected by the mass public, is because of their claims, and there's zero evidence for their claims. It's just, we're supposed to take their word for it, and it's really kind of unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, the rumors, if Russell Corey, has this interview with supposedly Bob Hieronymus and Bob Giblin that says, it possibly is a hoax, and is that real, or is that coerced, or is that just a documentary that
I think that's probably a misunderstanding.
Or that too.
Yeah, I think that's probably a misunderstanding, or something that was, not what we thought it was. And I think people just might remember things differently, or might perceive certain things differently. But I don't think that there's going to be any sort of confession video. A strange fun fact
those
that
are just rumors and so they're floating around, but I get it. Just makes you wonder.
There's also massacre rumors too of the PG film, and so there's always going to be rumors. It's just we gotta, really understand what's being said so we know if that rumor is true or not. But I love all these rumors, but I don't think that there's going to be any sort of massacre video or any sort of a deathbed confession. Yeah,
massacre. That would be very mind blowing, I think. But,
yeah. Well, Bob Hieronymus, I don't think could have been the person in the suit, and a lot of the stuff that he says afterwards just doesn't really make sense. And I'm actually trying to get an interview with Bob Hieronymus, like a direct person to person in real life. Just because I find I have some more questions, and he hasn't been interviewed in over a decade, so it'd be interesting to see what he says. Maybe we can find some more red flags, or learn some more, because he's widely accepted as the guy in the suit, and there's some reasons why people think that they shouldn't be.
Very true. Yeah, then you had other characters like, Ivan Marks out there and stuff, and a lot of people are on both sides of the fence with him. And
oh yeah, like, if you want to get the truth about people, like a non-biased truth about people, there's good people to talk to, like Thomas Steenberg. He's a really good guy that if you want to know the truth about something or someone, that's the guy to kind of go talk to, because he knows everybody. He's done Bigfooting with all these people, and he's talked to them personally. And so it's if you really want to know if somebody's credible or not, that's the person to talk to. Like, a lot of people believe in the Paul Freeman footage. I personally don't, but a lot of people do. And Thomas knows Paul. He actually went out there with Paul, and he doesn't believe Paul. And no Bigfooter at the time believed Paul. A lot of people just think it was his son Dwayne that's in the suit, but that's a resource that you can trust, because Paul Freeman was also almost arrested because he was faking Bigfoot prints out at the watershed. So,
right, a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, and I like to bring stuff like that up because we should know this type of stuff, I don't think that no information should be hidden from us just because we don't like it. And, that's why I kind of bring up the whole Paul Freeman stuff every once in a while, and Wes Germer stuff. And it's not my fault like Wes Germer's not my fault he hoaxed. He just got caught.
Paul Freeman, I kind of lean that it's real, but I do definitely acknowledge that he definitely was hoaxing some stuff too. And I kind of think it's one of those things where, he does have some real tracks and stuff, right? That people kind of consider here and there real to some people, and then others it's fake. So was it one of those things where, you're getting evidence and now all of a sudden you got to fake it to make it and keep getting this stuff, and then, or was he hoaxing the entire time?
That's the real question. There's been nobody else that had that worked at the forest department there that's had Bigfoot experiences or anything. Not that they would really say, but a lot of people think that or wonder about that. Thomas Steenberg calls it the Ivan Marks syndrome, where you might have had Bigfoot, activity or whatever, and you want that rush again of people like going to you, you being the guy and getting all this attention from it, and so Thomas Steenberg, calls people like that the Ivan Marks syndrome, which is true. It's like a Todd Standing. He might have had real experiences out there, but he's definitely hoaxed a lot, or done some really good shenanigans to the point where we shouldn't even really believe him. Anything he says.
He's done some shenanigans.
Videos
don't look real, but he does go out there, and he's he does have a prime area. It's not like he's in his backyard.
No, he's really out there, and it's like he probably has had real experiences.
And maybe he is trying really hard now and wants to be legit, but it's hard to take him seriously because of past stuff and all this other stuff. And
there's a lot about Todd that isn't publicly known, but I've actually met him once.
I would go out with him. I would, I'd go out there and see if something would happen. See,
well, you can. It costs you $4,000, so it'll cost you $4,000.
$4,000.
Yeah. To go out bigfooting with Todd, that's what he charges for his bigfooting outings. Yeah, you could probably get a special if you bring two people. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if he has a COVID special or something.
It's definitely not worth that. He can pay me
to
come out with him, but I ain't paying to go out with him.
But it's just kind of what people do in this subject. They are able to monetize it in little ways like that.
That's
Like,
just what it is, how it is, unfortunately.
yeah, like I know this well-known Bigfooter. He had this dude fly out from back east, and because this dude was wanting to go out bigfooting with him, so he paid this guy to go out bigfooting with him. And the dude didn't know where to go, and so he just took him next to a highway, like literally camping off the blacktop, highway, and it's just it's like you're talking about. You see stuff in real life, and it's just like wow, it's not what you thought it was.
It's totally not worth the money.
Yeah, and it's like, wow, this person's not even a real Bigfooter. It doesn't even have any outdoor skills, and
right,
and he's like charging people money to take him bigfooting, and he doesn't even know the area that he's at. It's like, come on, dude.
Right.
But he did.
Yeah.
And he's actually on TV shows and conferences and all that stuff. And it's like,
wow, yeah, that's very sad. I've met people who, do all this, go all the other places, should be, an expert, doesn't know how to operate a camera. Wow, that's unique detail that you would think you would have. That's pretty basic.
Yeah. To go in the woods.
That's pretty basic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's just make believe. Anyone can claim Bigfoot here and there and show very little evidence and get on TV, and then all of a sudden you're an expert, famous, Bigfoot famous.
Yeah, that's why it's like I try to hold people like that more accountable, and the people who make all these claims but present no evidence and are actively out there researching it. It's like, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but there's no reason why I should believe you, especially when you have a lot of opportunity to show that you're out there doing this stuff, but don't. It's like,
right.
I'm starting to.
You're out there and you're not getting anything. I mean, at least you can see that you're out there. You can get a sense of what you're about, what you're doing, and see if you're just talking out your butt. But the people who say, they get close to Bigfoot and they see this and they can't because the technology doesn't allow them, if they bring technology out there, it doesn't work and stuff. Well, then I guess you're never really going to get anything, and it's just going to be stories because that's all it is. And
well, those people are pushing the goalpost back to the point where they don't ever have to produce evidence because they're making up all these reasons why they can't. And there's, people that are, that do the podcast circuit that are like that are like, have all these fantastical stories, have all these encounters and everything, but their evidence, they don't have any. And it's like, well, okay. And I should believe you why? Right. And you give people a chance to either prove themselves or not. And, there's a certain point where, if people aren't making any sort of effort to show that they're having all this success, then it's like, why should I even believe you or even accept anything that you're presenting?
Yeah, because that's another 50 years of bullcrap that we have of this half-ass research of not really doing what you're saying you're doing, and that's why we don't have. I think that's why we really generally do not have as much evidence as we should, because a lot of people say they are researching and they do not put enough effort and time when they are able to, to go out there, or they don't go that far. People say like, "Oh, I went a mile in." That's not far. A mile in the woods is really not that far. Okay.
Oh no.
You drive a mile, drive a half mile stuff. That's not that far. It can be in some areas can be very great and are only 1 mile and stuff. But like some of these people, when they say, they're really deep in the woods and stuff, they're really not. They're really not.
You can hear the car, the road in the background.
the road and the lights and stuff. And,
yeah. It's like, yeah, they're not that deep in the woods. They're in the city park.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's but there's a lot of good people out there. There's good people out there investigating that just came across the guy Tristan Yulton. He's a guy you might want to have on. He does a lot of boots on the ground, really good evidence. And
I seen him some interviews that Jay did, and a few shows and stuff. I think I've seen.
Yeah, he's a local guy. I've been meaning to meet up with them and go out and do Bigfooting with them, but just haven't had the opportunity. And so, I'm probably going to be doing a lot of Bigfooting with him this year too, and some other local people. They say, I've shedded a lot of people that are toxic, that aren't really good Bigfooters or anything like that, more about themselves, and that's okay if you do that. So it just means you're making progress. But again, there's a lot of good people out there. I think that there's a lot of a lot of good stuff coming down the pipeline. We just got to get ourselves in the right position to be there and to produce it and stuff. And it seems like you're on the right path. You have the right mindset. You are forging your own way in it, which is the way you need to go. You don't want to be following someone else's path because you don't know if that path is even right. They could be bullshitting you or just be wrong about their evidence or whatever. So just kind of keep up with what you're doing and because that's what we need. It's like people like you that are boots on the ground, that are, no nonsense, that are trying to get evidence, trying to solve it, and not being sucked into the entertainment side of it, the story time side of it. So, but I got to bounce out though. So I just want to leave you guys with that. But it was good talking with you guys, and yeah, good luck in the future and be safe.
You as well, my friend. And I feel the exact same way about you. Boots on the ground and real deal stuff. And, we need more of that. And I think good things are in for us this year and the next coming year. So,
I agree.
Stay out there and stay smart, man.
Yeah, you too. All right, later, guys.
Thank you.
Now there's two.
And that was Brent from the Tall Ones YouTube channel. Everyone go over there, subscribe, check out the stuff and the interviews that he's been posting recently. Very informative and puts a wider perspective on everything.
Who's that guy who was talking about Trent or something right before he left?
Tristan, I think it was
Tristan. Okay,
name.
I thought he said Trent.
He's a researcher over in Washington. He's done a few. I think he's in Washington. He's done some interviews. He's a researcher, kind of a local researcher over there, I think. I haven't watched all the interviews that he was in, but I was, when I watch live shows and stuff, usually I'm listening to it while I'm doing dad stuff and family stuff. So sometimes I don't get to watch everything, but yeah, from what I did watch and stuff, he was pretty local and head on his shoulders kind of guy. But
Tristan Yolton?
Yeah, that was his name.
I looked up Tristan Bigfoot, and that's like the first thing that popped up.
Yeah. I think if it's the same person I'm thinking of, yeah, he's kind of a younger guy, right?
Yeah, he looks like me or Tyler's age.
Yeah. He's done a few interviews on some different shows, and so yeah, everyone I guess recommend check out him and some of the interviews he's done and stuff, and
well, he said you should have him on our stream.
I know. I will, I guess, send him a message or get in contact with him somehow. And yeah. So I guess I'm gonna do a shout out. I just remembered it without. Should have did it with Brent here, but it's about Leon Thompson, which is a good friend of Brent's and very smart, critical thinker and mind of the Bigfoot community. Had very profuse medical issues that he is dealing with, and he is recovering from, struggling to talk and to be normal and stuff. So there's a GoFundMe and stuff and help that you guys can look into. Brent on his channel has posted some stuff and links that you can find to help him out, give him encouraging thoughts and prayers and stuff, because he's on the path of recovery and is a good guy that we definitely need to have along, and so we want to give him the best on his journey that he is taking right now, so to get back to normal. So yeah, again, Leanne Thompson, and you guys can find different stuff if you I know about him or know about the people he hangs around with and are friends with, like Brent and Curious Cryptids and Jay and Pat and stuff, and a bunch of people and stuff. They make videos and stuff about it. So prayers be with him and Godspeed. So yeah. Anything in your mind, James? I know you were kind of quiet during that segment.
I didn't want to
always
interrupt
okay,
you, and you had a good conversation going, so it's like I can really say anything.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of hard to. Sometimes it's like where to jump in, and you don't want to interrupt your buddy. And but yeah, I think we made some good points and stuff, and that's what the Bigfoot world and community is a lot of good people who are real deal researchers who don't get enough spotlight to get noticed or even to get anything or people to see the real evidence. And you got all these fake people who want to make money and use money to make more money and get seen a lot easier, and all of a sudden are more believable because of charades and costumes and events and stuff like that. And like Igor said, several generations has come. He has seen no change. Nothing is taken seriously, and usually a lot of people are crushed and stuff. And he's over in Russia and stuff, so I'm not really sure how it was over there. But certainly generations have come and gone, and nothing has changed. It's still 50 years of muddy waters, and Patty's the best footage evidence we have. It's disheartening, and it needs to change. So I'm doing my part in that, blaze my own trail in hopes of that changing and getting better stuff, and getting onto this rut, this plateau that we're in. So, and honestly, I don't care who I rubbed the wrong way. It doesn't matter who political influencers of the Bigfoot community, as if that's a freaking thing. But
I didn't even know if it was.
I've been told by some reputable people I respect that say that these people, if you're going to try to get up there or trying to get looked at or get taken seriously by some of the scientists or some of the contacts they have, they can influence that. And so you kind of have to be politically correct and not say that this is Bigfoot, and kind of stay back and say don't claim this and don't claim that, and kind of fit this line of neutrality. Well, that's not the truth. If I have experience with a Bigfoot, I have encountered Bigfoot with Jason, I'm gonna say that's our Bigfoot encounter because that's what it was. I'm not gonna say it was what was it a Bigfoot or was it an owl and make myself look stupid and undercut what we are seeing in our skills and what was actually happening at the film itself. To be politically correct and fit into this box that someone wants me to fit into. No. I don't care. I don't have to. It doesn't matter to me. I can be doing this the next 50 years and continue to have my own experiences, and will be satisfied with that. So if real people can see my work and see our work and see what we're about and see the evidence, and you can compare that to other people if you want. And I think some of these old guard, these older people who are these influencers are losing. I think they're getting scared, honestly, because they don't have nothing to produce after 20 years, after 30 years of doing this. Been doing it since the 90s. They really don't have much ball of proof that a lot of these people have just gotten in the last year or two, and it is really making them just attack everything and saying it's fake, it's normal animals, it's a black bear, it's this, it's that. It's like, it's a black bear. It's like, well, there's no black bears that live around here And well, it's one, and it just roamed there, and blah blah blah. And it's like, or why don't you guys lean towards the possibility that it's a Sasquatch? Instead of everything is not, but you believe in Sasquatch. But some of these people are just so hypocritical and don't help anything at all. But they got trail cameras out there that they get everything on, right?
Everything, yes.
They got dozens of trail cameras out there, and they might get a little martin or two, but one individual in particular of that group is the hypocrite. Well, there's others actually doing work. So, anyways, if there's any questions, let's get in the chat. If someone wants to join in again, I'll post a link again. But let's get some questions rolling, comments, concerns, opinions, maybe critiques and stuff. Everything's accepted, whether we might like it or not. Input's good. Input I got on the video I released of, oh, well, that doesn't prove anything. It's just a light, and it's just, or it's just this, or just that. It's like, well, it might not prove Bigfoot, but it's definitely something odd. It's evidence of something not really normal and unexpected. And even if we got better footage than Patterson film, I think there would be still a lot of people that wouldn't believe it. Would say it's fake. They would say it's this. Would say it's whatever. All right, links in the chat. If someone else brave enough to come on, chat with us, discuss with us about any topic, really. Questions, stuff like that.
Found it
If
good.
not, I think we'll wrap it up around 3 hours. James is okay with you? Yeah.
Yep. I found a few good tents while you guys were talking.
Oh.
I'm not sure how expensive they are, but they're good.
I want to do some non-camp tenting. I'm just gonna sleep around next to the fire.
Yeah, bushwhack. Yeah.
I slept
Make
in
a shelter.
a chair one time.
Yeah, that was
outside.
risque.
The blanket on me. It was nice, and yeah. Tents, yeah. I always like to get the smaller tents. You can fit it into a tightly packed.
Yeah, I was trying to find like a 2-person tent. Yeah.
In the woods. Yeah. 2 persons are nice to have for the room. I'm sure I'm gonna need a tent by the before summer's over with. I think they're gonna be worn out. I got a feeling. But winter's finally over with. We don't have to freeze our butts off when we're actually out there and researching.
Yeah.
It'll be wet for a couple months, but it's okay. Like I said earlier, it's a great time to go out when it's raining. And so whether it's rain or sunshine, we will be out there and be doing a little camp out we got going on and taking some people out. People who don't have really much experience and stuff. We're going to take them out to a pretty hot spot, actually. It's not for novice people, but, we're going to guide them through there and hopefully get some good activity. And we're going to go off trail and to get into more extreme territory for sure. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be some fun stuff. And I appreciate everyone who watches the live stream, who watches our evidence, and because that does show support, and you guys do take your time and watch this, and we do appreciate all the support you guys have, and we appreciate it very, very much. And that right there is one of the reasons why I keep going and keep doing what I'm doing is it's because of the friendly people and all the people that watch our stuff, take their time, and and know that we're serious, and it's I appreciate it very much. It's very it's very good when there's a lot of disheartening things. That's one of the nicer things that helps. Keeps me focused, keeps me in this game, and not just say F this because all this crap. It's just bull crap. There's just so much drama that it's you got to wade through the bull crap to get to the good stuff. To even try to just operate in this mess.
Yeah, it gets a little annoying.
It does get annoying, and there's backstabbing. There's so much backstabbing. Friends, you make friends with people and they backstab you, and all over Bigfoot. $5,000 checks.
Something that may or may not be real.
Like, damn, dude, it's not. To me, it's not worth the friendship, and $5,000 is chump change. I'm sorry, but that's. I mean, I'm poor. $5,000 would do a lot for me, but like, still, I know, as common sense, is that's not nothing to ruin friendships over and ruin and try to steal,
Yeah, I mean, I crunched the numbers on that conference they're doing, and like depending on their expenses, they'll probably make somewhere between like maybe like $2,000 to like $5,000 depending on their expenses. So it's like not that much.
They're hoping to make twice or 3 times as much.
Because I was going off of how many people went to ours last year, and maybe like a little bit less, depending, because we were like the reason lots of people went, pretty much. But they have that one Facebook group now, so it could be trouble.
Hey, for them, whatever. That's what that was about. That's why I didn't like it towards the end, because that's what it became about. Is you have some of these individuals who are so focused on making all this money, and it's just like it's not what we're about. And it's like their minds, that money was she wasn't. We didn't make nothing. We lost a whole bunch of money when we did ours. We did a lot of investment and a lot of money that was overkill and stuff.
It was mostly because people promised too much, and then
because the one individual who stealing the money and trying to hold this is drunk and offering and doing deals with people and offering this money, and then we're picking up these pieces and of the drunken wake, and it's like that's not what we agreed upon. This is not that was said. Well, he said this, and it's like, well, I want this, and it's like, well, okay, well. It was a fiasco then, but all of a sudden, when it's time to make money together, we can play nice, and they can play nice together because, they want to make money together. And it's a fiasco, and there's no integrity. There's no, there's nothing. One person, told me, he didn't want that person in his group who tried to steal all this money and try to chorus him to steal other events and stuff, and we didn't do it. I didn't want to deal with the drama. We didn't even do it. I was trying to get this other person to take over the event to make money. He didn't want him in that group. He said, I don't want to do that. That's not what I'm about. He's like, Blake, that's not what I'm about. I'm a hardcore Christian. Well, now it's not so much that anymore because they stole the other event. They're doing the other thing. And we have a person, who paid more than all of them combined, thousands of dollars that he is not getting back. It was his idea in the first place, this whole conference of everything. If anyone has a right to ownership of doing another conference, it would be him. And they, again, like everyone else, not just me, everyone else said they fucked over and said, no, we're going to do it ourselves. You're not going to be part of it. Even though they spent more money, there's no integrity. You're going to say you're a hardcore Christian and you have integrity, and then you do stuff that says otherwise. Well, that's normal, so that's just what it is. The Michigan Bigfoot Conference hosted by whoever the heck it is now. That's the real story. They want to make money. That's what their plan is. That's what they want to try to be about. Well, good luck, I guess. I think with that, money comes, there's a lot of things they say about money, corruption and greed. There's a reason why greed is so bad. And I'm thankful for us and remaining members of my group and stuff that we're really not a part of that, and we're not about that, because it's not us, and it makes people go crazy, man. Like trying to steal $5,000 check, starting an LLC, and we're trying to have multiple people on it, checks and balances and stuff, partnership, a real partnership, divided into percentages. All of a sudden, well, the one person who's supposed to get done, well, I put it in my name. And what'd you do with our information? Why do this? And now that check can only be cashed in your name because you're the sole person on it. Now you want to hold it over on people, and it's like, it's not worth my time. And certainly I don't give a crap about no $5,000 damn no check. Okay. And I didn't want to deal with those kind of people. I didn't want to deal with them and all the back talking, backstabbing, equipment stealing, manipulating, whining like a little bitch to other people. I really need that equipment. Tell them to give it to me. Okay, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. I'll give it to you. Okay, you can whine like a bitch some more. I don't care. I don't need it. I don't want to have it and feel like, well, say I don't care. I have more integrity than that. I will give you back. I will give you back 2 multiple $1,000 flares. I don't give a fuck. I won't keep them.
I thought we weren't swearing.
I swear, it gets me so irritated, and it's like, I have integrity. I don't, it get me to the point. It's like, I don't give a crap. You get me to this point. It's like, we're done. Everything's done. Go F yourself, because I don't care anymore. You want this. You want to bitch about this. You want to manipulate people, and so they don't like me. Won't listen to my side of the story. Fine. That's fine, man. Take your stuff. You want to steal stuff? Take your stuff. You want to try to manipulate people so I'm not in 168? Hey, go ahead. It didn't work, but go ahead. You keep trying.
Pyro said they sold out for a bag of silver.
Huh?
Pyro said they're going to look back and they're going to realize they sold out for a bag of silver.
I know. It's such a joke, man. And no, seriously, Chad was a drunken idiot. But he was my friend, and I did overlook some things that I shouldn't have, and maybe I did give him a lot of leeway. And there's times where he was a drunken mess on here. There's a Bigfoot Odyssey show.
Yeah, there were a few times.
There's a Bigfoot Odyssey show that I was embarrassed. Carrie was embarrassed. It was embarrassing. And yet, as a friend who I considered a friend, I tried to work around it, and in the end, it cost me a lot more than anyone else. And so yeah, fuck those people, man. That's how I feel. You act like my friend. You stab me in the back. Well, fuck you then. Be a man. Stab me in the front. No. You want to manipulate your way, and it's like, hey, like I told him I would be. There's nothing you're going to do that's going to stop me from doing what I'm doing. You can have whatever it's in your name. I ain't stopping the YouTube. It's not stopping me. It ain't stopping my group. They have nothing to show, this expedition we did up there. Where's any of the stuff they have? Where's anything that they got?
They didn't film it all. So.
Anything they got while they were out there for a whole week. They got nothing.
Yeah.
Why? Because they did nothing. You know why I have stuff? Robert Kreider has stuff, and Jason Kenzie has stuff? Because we did stuff out there. We're the ones who caught stuff. We're the ones who got stuff, and they're only ones who presented stuff. But they want to act like they did something out there, like they're researching. They're out there standing with literally nothing, with a damn walking stick, and they're out there getting evidence. With what? I mean, I didn't say anything, you know. I even tried to give Chad a second chance, you know, out of all that
Yeah.
fiasco and money and stuff, you know, still try to get him because, you know, he was sober. It don't make a fucking difference. People don't fucking change that much, okay? Give him
Yeah.
a chance. Everyone's telling me give him a chance, give him a second chance. I'm vouching for him. Well, what to do? It messed me up in the end. Made you look like dog crap, and you know, but it was a good learning curve. Can I show the crawler video on your channel? No, I don't have the clip. The clip is in Carrie Arnold's hard drive, and there is a second hard drive copy that Dave Dominique has, who was a former member who backstabbed me, along with Chad and Josh and all them, who formed their own group, and they're doing the Michigan conference. And no, he wouldn't give it to me when he was in my group, and I asked for it, and got permission from Carrie to look at it and have it. Said no, he was too stingy and stuff. So that's what happens when people have presumed item worth value to them. They want to hold on to it. It's worth it. You know, I'm the keeper of this, and I can't let you touch it. And you know, you might corrupt it, and you might do this, and you might do that, and like, dude, just let me look at this thing so I can copy a little clip from the video and have it. You know, I should have had this clip a year ago. I was never going to show the damn clip until Carrie Arnold shows it on 168, like I did with the red eyeball shine I got. I didn't release that video until after he showed it on his first. So it's out there. I hope I get it. I hope it doesn't get buried.
Carrie has it somewhere.
Carrie has it somewhere, but he's a busy guy, and he doesn't have hours and hours to go looking on for it. I mean, it took him long enough to make the first documentary, and it, you know, he knows it's going to take him a while if he, you know, to make others, and you know, so it is what it is. It is what it is. People didn't like that I got it. People did not like that I got stuff. People didn't like the fact that, you know what, when I went down there, and I went down there with Josh and Chad and Dave, who were members of the Lost Cryptids Conservatory, we kicked butt down there. You know, we did stuff. It got to a point it was like, Carrie, you know, we got to go out there and make stuff happen because, you know, some of these people who are supposed to stepping up, they're not stepping up. And some of these ideas that these people are having are not, they're dumb. So, yeah, we went out there. We pushed through the brush. We went into the brush. We went into stuff that, you know, other people weren't. And we did eventually take other people because, you know, we were getting evidence. We were getting stuff happening. You know, there was some pretty incredible stuff that happened to Dave, Chad, and Josh. And in that situation down in Florida, when I thought they had my back and they were my friends, you know, I had to trust them enough with my life. You know, if something happens, they would get me out there. So everything that they experienced, you know, down in Florida, I do believe being with them and stuff. And we kicked ass, you know, we made some people jealous. We made some people jealous real fast about it because, you know, we were doing something and getting stuff because we were doing the work. You know, we got evidence, we got footprints that didn't make people happy. I filmed that stuff, it didn't make people happy. You know, so people didn't like me because of how I am and some of the things that I do as a personal choice of freedom. That's fine. You know, and you don't want to like me because I go out there and actually do the work and get stuff. Well, that's fine too. But if you're my friend and you go through those things with me, and then you go and you try to manipulate Carrie or you try to manipulate other people because you don't like some certain aspect of me, you know, that's bullshit. You know, and then you want to coerce and try to manipulate and, you know, have, you know, all the gear that, you know, the Lost Cryptids has and we get donated to should be kept over at this person's house because, you know, it's more centralized. And, you know, Blake, you know, your family life, you know, it's so crazy. Sometimes you can't go out. You know, how are we supposed to get access to that? Well, that equipment that went over there remained over there and never came back to the Lost Cryptids Conservatory. So You know, shame on
Yeah,
me.
it
Fool me
sucks.
once, fool me twice. You know, whatever. Hey, literally, Carrie Arnold. Hey, this is stuff is for you guys for Lost Cryptid stuff. I don't have it. So that footage that Dave has probably won't ever see the day of light, honestly. And he's a government shill, ex-CIA, like he claims. Hey, this is what he says. You can find interviews and stuff where he says it. He says it himself that he probably is being watched all the time, and his phone gets pinged. Certainly, he will tell you that. Certainly, government shill, you know, literally comes out of nowhere and does a bunch of stuff. Hey, you know, it's a bunch of stuff. It doesn't mean to be talked about because it's just like overboard worth of stuff. But the fact is, you know, lie, cheat, steal, CIA. You know, keep doing that in civilian life. I mean, not the brightest, not the brightest. I mean, out in the woods, it's like a fucking dull pencil trying to write an essay. It's like, okay. On paper and in the office, I guess, you know, he had a good job and did good, but fucking dumbass in the woods.
We got
you know, that's how I feel him. So
we got Blackbeard in here. Finally.
yeah. I'm ranting and raving a little bit, and I don't care anymore. You know, it is what it is. You know,
Right?
Those people, you know, because
Oh.
they're gonna get theirs, and I can't wait. I'm waiting for evidence. I'm waiting for something to present, and
They probably don't have anything.
I don't know. It's over half a year already, so still waiting on stuff for them to present. They, you know,
They'll probably just be host at the conference. They probably won't talk at all.
I don't know, man. So yeah, you know, if you're my friend, you're my friend. But you know, if you stab me in the back and shit, man, it's like that's it. I won't piss on you if you're on fire in front of me, man. I don't like those people. I never liked those people before I got into the Bigfoot world. I used to do this by myself. And anytime I came across narcissistic people or con artist mentality or quick money making scheming bullshit, I never liked those people. I never got along with those people. Never vibed well with those people. And you know, it took a while before these people really showed their true colors. I'm just glad that luckily we found out the way we did. Everything happened the way we did because they were definitely the one who was actively trying to steal everything from everyone. You know, it was supposed to be equal partnership between 4 or 5 people.
And they would have got away with it if it wasn't for the meddling kids.
Yeah, if we would have got away with it, besides his drunk, when you're drunk, the truth comes out, and you can't help but brag about what you're scheming, and that's what happened. And we actually have it on recording. We actually have the whole argument of actually won't give up money, won't give up the check, calling out all these other people who are working together now, calling them out, swearing out them, telling them, relieving the truth's coming out. But hey, it's okay now that money's involved. Well, hey, we're making more money now. I promise. I'm sure he's saying I won't do that again. I won't try to take all the money. We'll do it the right way. Everything will be signed and in front of everyone and shit. It's like, okay, dude. And it was so left field too. And it's like, come on, man. But hey, they're all good buddies now. It's all good.
Yeah, I don't understand how they're buddies still. I feel like that would have fell
They don't
apart
like me. They all don't like me. They all don't like me for their own reasons, I guess. And it's sad because, I I was their friend, and I, you know, would have done a lot for them. They did a lot for me. I mean, shit. Without me being in this group, half of them wouldn't be where they're at now. They wouldn't have known the people they're at. They wouldn't have the contacts. They certainly wouldn't have the little dinky show that they're trying to do. And interviewing hoaxing. They literally interviewed a person who hoaxes. Like a known hoaxer. But, they do their due diligence on researching the people they vet and vetting and stuff. So it's a joke, really. But when they were my friends and they were out in those woods and stuff, and I looked after them. I made sure that they got out safely and always had their back, and I never left them behind. And I had to trust them, and I did. And it does hurt being stabbed in the back like that because I've been in situations where we've had encounters and stuff, and where it was a pretty tense situation, and in Florida, they all looked up to me to get them out of the situation when Dave's puking and half sick and disoriented, and the camera guy's like, I was out here for 30 minutes with them, and they are not acting the same. They're totally going bonkers, and they're just acting abnormal, No one knew where they were. No one knew how to get out. No one knew how to get back to the car.
That's a bad situation.
Only I did, And that's how it was. I guided them out there. I had to get them back. So, it does hurt being in situations with, supposed friends, and it comes out that it's not. It's about money. It's about the stuff that you can give them. You have this platform. You have this brand, this channel that, can reach all these people. Not even a big channel. I'm a small channel. Like, I don't mean reach a lot of people. But this perception that, oh my God, we can really be famous and stuff, to them, that's what it was about. Using me to get on this channel and build up all this stuff and, try to steal $5,000 as it's $1 million check or something.
Which it might have been in the future. That guy's loaded.
Well, yeah, we had made a friend with the person who was rich, but he wasn't my friend because he was rich, and I didn't care that he was rich. I didn't really ever ask him for money, but to them, and to Chad, he was certainly just money to be asked. It was like, trying to ask for, and he bragged all the time. Oh, I bet I could get him to write a check for this. I bet I can. It's like, who cares? I don't care if he has that. I don't want to ask him for that. It's rude. I'm poor as shit. What do I even do with that much money? To them, it's, it was always that con artist mentality, that quick scheming, that just this fantasy of you're going to be Bigfoot famous somehow, or, like money and this and that. It's just disheartening. And I'm glad it happened though, because if it would have happened later on, it would have been more legal troubles than it is now, which is none. Because you can have 1,000 LLCs of the same damn name and don't mean nothing. He learned the hard way that he can't have access to any legal thing of the YouTube or anything like that.
Oh, he tried to actually.
Well, that's how, he don't understand that this is a whole different legal contract and operation and stuff that I personally have. So, yeah, there's a lot of things that, he was hoping for. Certainly. And Dave was in on it. Dave was they were all talking crap, and it's like, well, who's to say what they really wanted or what their all parts are? All I know now is they're all together. They're all trying to make money and try to steal other members to come over and stuff. It's like, oh well.
No, that's not what's happening, Lockbeard. This is
no. Me and Carrie are good. I respect Carrie, and when I was in Florida, I kind of thought of him as a boss, like, wow, like, hey boss, this is the, we got to get shit done for the, for him and stuff. And no, we have a good relationship. I don't have a good relationship with the former members I took down there and put my name on the line for them, who backstabbed me and talked crap and tried to get me kicked off of going to the next one, and petty politics drama like that. Is what I was saying. No, I give Kerry a lot of respect and stuff. He's never caused me any issues, and I don't think I've ever caused him any issues myself. I think that there's some people who's try to talk crap to me about him and try to influence him about me, but Kerry's is kind of a man where he kind of sees you how you are. If you're act like a man around him and you respect him and you do the work and he sees it, he's not going to believe what other people blow up his ass. But if he sees it from his own eyes, then yeah. And so, he's seen the work that we did out there, seen the work that I did and everyone else did. And you can see it in the live stream that he did. He makes a comment that, yeah, we are kicking ass. He mentions as Lost Cryptids is. That's because we were going out there and doing what we had to do, There's a lot of people that were great down there, and they didn't go out as much because, it was too much for them and stuff. That's no knockdown on them. But there's able-bodied people there, these experts who didn't do anything. People who have an amazing talk show, awesome live show, talk with the best of them, talk about they're going to do this, they're going to do that. They didn't do crap out there either. So, that's what it was, And I guess I rubbed people the wrong way because I'm not out there to sit around the campfire and talk stories about all my Bigfooting adventures that I've already been on, all the stuff that I've encountered. I'm there to encounter new stuff there, to get evidence there, to have my new experiences all in Florida. I was supposed to come there. I was supposed to work for a team. I was supposed to be out there for hours and hours and hours and hours to get real footage like Kerry wanted. Well, it's not physically possible for most people, which I understand that. It was physically demanding, and it'd be like working at least 8 hour, 12-hour day, hard labor,
What happened to Kerry? Is he just not doing well in the public eye?
No, I don't know. I honestly haven't. I've watched one. I haven't watched a lot of.
I think maybe it's because
I've been watching.
Maybe it's because he only released one episode of the 168 when people were looking forward to so many, and maybe it's like a money problem where people paid for membership to watch for the second episode and it hasn't come out yet. Maybe that's why people are mad.
I don't think that's what it is.
I heard a few people talking about it, so that's why.
Well, what the problem is, and I've been there too, is he wanted it to be shot and done a certain way, and it wasn't. So he's kind of disheartened about that because he wanted to make a film a certain way, and he can't make it that way. So, he's probably a little bummed out about it. And yeah, he can make more stuff, but to him, he doesn't feel like it's that quality of an operation that he wanted to film. And I can tell, I can think, that, he doesn't want something that's subpar. Even though a lot of people like it, I think to him, he feels that it's going to be subpar from what he envisioned and stuff. So, I mean, that's just it. He, and that's just the bottom line, and he probably feels like, he's let people down, but it's not his fault, it's not Kerry's fault that, people who said, I'm going to do this. Yeah, Kerry, I'm going to work my butt off. I'm going to be out there. It's not his fault that those people were little bitches and didn't do what they said.
So is the second 168 still happening then? Or you're not allowed to say?
I really don't know. I kind of told Carrie, I really don't have the money for it, and I have not asked people for donations to go and stuff, So I'm not sure if it's going on. I keep hearing that it's going on, then it's not. So it's up to him and his work schedule. But good luck if they do go to it. I won't be able to go to it this year, but that's okay. I think I'll be, back down there and 168 another time and stuff. There's definitely plenty of opportunities, and if he does 168 again, he wants it done the right way, and there's some big epic plans for that. That will take time and some money. So I'm not sure.
It's been put off until November.
Yeah. See, I didn't think it was going to happen in March because there's a lot of stuff that Carrie's been working so much. He has not had the downtime to physically actually get prepared and do the things that need to be done. So
it looks like we can still go.
He did say that. He said that we could still go and go do it though. And yeah, we could, but that's why I went down to 168 because it was going to be this balls to the walls out there for hours in the woods. When you're tired, you're going to be in the woods relaxing and resting for an hour and then continuing to do it. But physicality wise, that's hard for most Americans to do. But this next time around, there's definitely going to be, and I've me and him don't talk a lot. I don't have a reason to talk to him unless I have a reason to talk to him. I don't bug him about stuff. I don't ask him about how he's doing every single day. If I've talked to him about something, it's because I need to talk to him about something. I have mentioned that, yes, there definitely needs to be a team of physically able, maybe young people that can be out there 8 hours nonstop, filming, going into places, moving, scouting around during the day, during the heat of the day.
Sounds tough.
No, it is tough in 90-degree weather where you're sweating nonstop. If you're not used to that, being outside, working outdoors in the summer heat, anything like that, yeah, it is tough. If you didn't train at all, you didn't work out.
I'm used to it in Michigan, not Florida. So it's like completely different. Because it's like 100 degrees there, while it's like only maybe 80 at the most here.
Yeah. Yeah, Pyro, I think there is some good, he can get some good stuff off of it. I just think that to him, it's just not what he wanted, not what he wants, not what he wanted to envision. And to him, it bums him out because it's not, he knows it's not what he wants. And he knows there's evidence and stuff on there, but I think he finds it hard to look through some of the stuff because, and I don't know. I have not personally spoke with him. This is what I think, from what I can tell about, some of the stuff he said and stuff and what I feel. It was kind of, that third day come around and Bradley is getting in gear and getting directing everyone and putting the hammer down of damn it, we got to make some stuff happen. This ain't, lollygagging, camping, partying time. This is like work. Let's get some stuff going. And Lost Cryptid certainly was definitely
the powerhouse.
Getting in gear. I don't want to say that. I don't want to be about us. All we did down there is what we do up here, and that is we go out, we go into the bush, and we go off trail, and we go looking for Bigfoot and activity. That's all we did. We didn't do anything special. Okay, that made other people jealous, and it made them feel like they can't do that. Then that's on them. We didn't do nothing but walk off trail and go try. And from that experience and from other experiences is I have, the Bigfoot community is filled with people who don't do what they say. They go over glorified camping in hopes of getting activity close to camp. It's just not how that's. I mean that yeah, it works. Yeah, it works, of course. But like, my philosophy is, why don't you go out there and try to investigate some stuff, trying to get evidence, and maybe if they are interested in you, they might follow you back. You know, try. You know, if you sit at camp, I mean, you're never gonna find anything if you don't get off your butt and go look. So yeah, that's the truth about 168 from my point of view. I have some footage that I'll be releasing and stuff, since you know, Gary's gonna take a little longer working on some stuff. They probably won't have it really in the doc. So I got some stuff and a little bit of evidence stuff, you know. But I do hope that the footage I filmed of the thing crawling across the trail does get released, because it is something, and I think that with the right enhancement and professional enhancement, it could be done. It could probably show whatever it is, and I want to get to the bottom of it. But
We got two
whatever.
questions.
If it doesn't ever come to the surface, it's just whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I experienced it, and you know, if that's what I'll be, I you know, make people mad, make people jealous, make people hate me. Okay, I'm just gonna keep doing what I do, and it's not really that much different than any. Just going out there and trying. That's all it is. Actual evidence on 168, yeah. I wish there was a bigger part in the 168 of the footage evidence I got of, you know, red eye shine. That was real evidence up there, and I do believe that some of the pictures was taken from camp of a tree line of like 100 yards away or so. Along with the accounts of, you know, people seeing them, stuff happening at camp, and Dave getting sick and stuff like that. I was out there with them.
In a footprint near camp, I think, too.
The footprint near camp that Josh found, yeah, me and Mark Zasky walked right by it and seen that one. We had found another one actually that we didn't cast and stuff. It wasn't that good. Standing by a fence line, watching where I was camped at and Bradley was at and stuff, and we actually have another footprint casted. I got casted of a three toe print, and it doesn't really get talked about a lot, but that's okay. But I have the cast of it, and I have it in storage right now. But and there's evidence. There's evidence on the hard drive that it's not been seen yet of me and Jimmy. What is his last name? Burr. Jimmy. Dang it. I can't remember his channel right now either. It's gonna irritate me. Me, Jimmy, Mike B, Christopher Noel, and Drunken Chad. We're in two separate groups, and they had their own encounters of stuff happening. And Mike B has something gets thrown at his flashlight, and it smacks his hand. It goes flying, breaks the flashlight. You know, they have their own encounters, and the camera was rolling, and there should be some audio on there. There should be some other stuff. Me and Christopher Noel had some interaction in the bush that we, you know, thought were possible. Maybe we weren't for sure. Me and him were trying a very friendly, subtle approach and trying to do a lot of stuff. But Jimmy Barr, yep, found it. Yeah.
Up too late. I found it.
I knew I was kicking myself in the foot for that. But when we all met up at the intersection, you know, and split off, that's when the creature crossed from where me and Christopher Noel thought we were having our interaction. It came from that way. So that whole I mean, there's a couple hours that they had the main camera filming and stuff, and Christopher Noel had filmed me and his interaction and stuff. So there's some of that evidence that has to be gone through and checked out. And who knows? There could be faces looking. I mean, we have to spend hours on that footage looking and stuff because there's a lot of times that could be stuff watching us that we didn't know. And if no one has spent the time watching the footage to look, how do we know? And you know, the reason why the Lost Cryptids was supposed to have this hard drive copy was to hang on to it and make sure, you know, there was a copy and stuff. But, you know, I wanted to help out Carrie by, you know, there's a lot of information there. We got to check out all the stuff. There's a bunch of audio and stuff that I'm sure has not gone through yet because Carrie's one guy and he, you know, needed, you know, I think needs some help and stuff. And, you know, I never was able to get that hard drive to work on. So it is what it is. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be probably vetted and checked out that isn't because Carrie doesn't have the time to do all that on top of everything else that he has to do and on top of all the phone calls and text messages and stuff that he gets bombarded with every day. So yeah.
What do you think his vision of the doc was, though?
168 hours, nonstop filming of teams going out. Like one team going out for a couple hours, coming back in, another team goes out.
I meant like
okay, that team comes in, another team. Bam.
I meant the
So
doc,
there's always someone out in the field filming and doing something. Well, physically, wasn't possible for majority of the people there to do that. It had been a struggle to do that for myself. I could have done it for 8 hours and stuff, but you're there for a week and you don't want to blow yourself out. But that's what I want to do. That's why Carrie wanted to do and stuff. So that's what we are trying to go for. And if that means more people, more teams, and stuff like that, then it's gonna happen.
I meant for the documentary. What was his vision of it?
Well, the same thing. It was going to be more of that and stuff. So when it didn't go the way it was planned, even though we did get stuff and we did try to come up and get stuff, even though it wasn't going the right way, we did try and get some good stuff and some pretty good stuff and evidence and stuff, but it wasn't what he had envisioned of, really going out there. And when one team comes back, another team goes out there and all this footage and a lot more stuff than sitting. It was hot, right? Well, it's gonna be hot all day. It's gonna be hot tomorrow. It's gonna be hot the next day. It's gonna be hot the next day. You can't spend the majority of the time doing nothing because it's hot out and it's sunny out. Yeah, it's dangerous and could be deadly. You gotta still try and do something. And there were some other decisions made about not looking into some areas because they want to push them out, some Sasquatches out of that area because it's so close to camp and we want to try to get footage and stuff like that. There's some of that I disagreed with because it'd have been a lot easier for people just go walk and investigated some of those places right from camp. And nighttime especially, but I'm not the boss. I'm not the ringleader, and if people decide this is what we shall do, and that's kind of the plan, you try to go along with it because it's what people are trying to do. But it kind of myself got to the point of I make sure and told Lost Cryptid guys that really need to go out there, really need to push off trail and really need to try to get something, and there's some audio and there's some different stuff that we got of this massive roar. It could be an alligator, it could definitely be an alligator, but from what people told me, if it was an alligator, it would be one of the biggest in Florida. And so there's some audio of that. There's some there's other stuff. Yeah. I can't do nothing about it, you know. So, um, um, I think Kerry's a great guy, and he, you know, when he was out there, he did the work, you know, and tried and handled everything that was thrown at him very well, I think, and I think it was a big learning curve for him, you know. I think that he understands a lot of things and understands people, and vetting people is so important now. So, you know, if we have to wait a whole another year, you know, I think it's probably for the better, honestly, because you know it's not going to be rushed. It's not going to be dilly dallied and half assed. So, I didn't mean to do that, but no, what it is you know it wasn't shot the way he wanted it, and you know when he got that criticism, I really I don't know I think he took it too much to heart. You know he's already beaten himself up over it, and so you know maybe he just feels like if he does make another one out of that footage, you know that he feels it's going to be subpar. I don't think he really wants to do that and make it subpar. He doesn't want to give a subpar product. And he does know there's evidence and stuff in there, you know. He does know that, but you know, he wants to, you know, there's not much going to be much of a story of people just standing around a camp, right? And you know, what are you going to show the lost cryptids going out and doing their thing and show no one else doing stuff? I mean, it's you know, obviously there's other footage of other people doing stuff. There's orbs footage, and there should be some other good stuff that you could put together. But there's a lot of stuff that he feels is missing for the story that he wanted to tell. So, and maybe you know, I could be completely wrong about that. You know, carries his own person, he has his own thoughts and his own reasoning. So you'd have to ask him. But you know, that's what I personally think. So I don't know. Uh, yeah, they should be used to people and stuff, and yeah. I mean, they were pretty used to people, and you know, they were there, they were watching us. You know, the stuff did happen, and you know, I had experiences there. Other people I trust had experiences there, and so you know, I do believe and led to believe that some of the stuff we did get. Uh, was Bigfoot related, and there was DNA evidence that was caught actually, you know, and hair that was. I think Mark Zask got some hair and has looked under the microscope, and it appears to be the qualities uh, are very similar to Sasquatch hair. And Carrie, I you know asked him what what do you want to do with the DNA stuff, and he gave that to the Lost Cryptids Conservatory. Well,
Dave has it.
it was for our group, but an individual decided to take it for himself. So, not this other group. Who knows? Who knows what they're going to do with it? I don't know. I don't even know how they would go about any of this.
Money.
They claim ownership, and it's a fiasco, man. You know, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude! You get so much power in this hair sample. It's like, fuck, dude, it could be deer hair. You know, like I think it's personally it. You know, we did set up DNA traps and stuff, but you know, it's not worth all of that to fucking be so stingy and to keep it and steal from other people and like and claiming, well, I'm just holding on because you know it needs to be kept safe, and you know Carrie said to keep it safe. Yeah, okay, well, there was a few of those hairs, and they went to a few different people, so obviously, hey, lesson learned. But yeah, whatever. There's evidence out there, but there's just I don't know. People have it, but I don't know where it's ever gonna go. They're just gonna be claimed as hair that they found, I guess. I don't know. DNA evidence that they found. And if you ask those people, hey, where's your footage from Florida? They don't got any.
Well, except for the one they stole, right?
No, my members that I took, they're not the former members. They don't have no footage from up there. They didn't.
So you said that one person had files of the one crossing the road.
Oh, Josh. Yeah, Josh has a file of it crossing the road. He does. He has an enhanced version that he did. So it's like super enhanced. It's not the original copy, and it's
okay,
discolored and stuff to try to see more detail. But he does have that version of it, I guess. Yeah, that I'm sure he would never, ever see the light of day. But, hey. So what is it when you hide evidence? What happens when you have evidence that is real and should be shown, but you hide it because you don't like that person who caught it? Is that hoaxing? Is that a type of a trait of character, of integrity that we should value in the Bigfoot community? Or should those kind of people
called being an inconsiderate asshole.
Could those people be out, should be exiled from the community for that kind of behavior? So hey, there is certainly ways for it to be out there if people really wanted it to be out there. But unless Carrie does it, I don't think you guys are going to see it from these other people. So.
Probably not.
Lesson learned. Get a copy of all the evidence you get from other people. And like I said, I wasn't ever going to show anything until it gets dropped. That's why you've never seen the Florida stuff from us until it was dropped from Carrie. And there's other stuff that I'm going to show too, but I was waiting for Carrie to see if he was going to use it or not. I mean, there's other people who filmed stuff that was in the 168 that they had already shown before, and I mean, it was kind of an understanding. Like I said, that's what I take away from it. We were supposed to sign a non-disclosure agreement and stuff. How would you have been able to show any of those films, your clips on YouTube, if you would have signed that? There was an understanding of a verbal agreement that they shouldn't be spoiled, but some people want clicks and views and monetization on YouTube. So you can see that they released those clips as soon as we got back, they started dropping stuff. It doesn't help when people see that on that channel and Carrie wants to add it to the documentary. Well, people already seen it. That doesn't help when you're making a documentary that, it's supposed to be cool and new, and you have parts of it you want to really show that you can't or you have to, and other people already seen it. It's like, well, it takes away from it. But that's not Carrie's fault. It's not, it's just, unfortunately, the name of the game. There's individuals in this community that are backstabbing, that money makers. They just want to use you for their personal gain. And there's a lot of them. So that new Michigan Bigfoot conference this year, hosted by, whatever stupid name it is now, whatever. It's so funny. I can't help but laugh, because it's just so childish and not professional, not integrity, not what I'm about, not what the group was started about. And And these, it's so funny that this person begged me to have, please, he wanted to be in my group so bad that he was practically begging on his knees. I gave him a chance. I became his friend. I overlooked a lot of stuff, but I am thankful for the lesson learned because now I know better, and now I know my gut instinct is when I should listen to it more. My gut instinct tells me that these people are shady. Something don't sit right. I'm gonna listen to it, and everyone around me can say the opposite, and I'm gonna go with my gut. So I'll address this. Christopher Noel was known to be a moneymaker type and illegitimate before he demonstrated he will try and pass off a porcupine as a Bigfoot. Legit people should not associate with Noel, Zatsky, or Carrie. Well, I'm going to have to disagree with you on that a little bit, Lockbeard. Christopher Noel he's a very nice guy. He's very laid back, pretty nice guy to get along with, easygoing, very liberal in things. I enjoyed his company down there. And, he was one of the people who would go out. He went out in flip-flops and, sandals out there and stuff. And, he wasn't afraid to actually get out there and go in the dark and try to go off bush, off trail, and interact with these creatures. And I had a very pleasant time with him. And he does know what he's doing out there. Maybe he gets a little excited about certain things that may not be Bigfoot related, but he's out there trying. And with his porcupine thing, if you guys watch that documentary, he spent 40 nights out there in the woods sleeping on a little sleeping bag out there with no fire. There is no other researcher that has done that who can say they had done it and has video showing that they've done it. He's the only one. I think he was getting some activity and stuff through the whole documentary. There is audio and stuff that he has got, and it was pretty damn good. And there was other things that I thought were good. So when you talk about the porcupine thing, yeah, it definitely looks odd. And I've gone back and forth on this a little bit. When I first seen it, it was like, wow, this is porcupine. And then he, watching documentary, he does some measurements and stuff, and then it does, put it a little bit odd sizes and stuff, and going back and forth, it does look a porcupine. By all accounts, it most likely is a porcupine. Maybe he didn't know what he was seeing. Maybe it is a Sasquatch and stuff. There is one clip that he has where the leg, I see what he's kind of pointing out at, and with the arm, that is, it doesn't look like a porcupine, but overall, it looks like a porcupine, and most people would accept it as porcupine, regardless if it is or isn't. It's not good enough to prove it's a Bigfoot. So maybe he did get a little too excited. Maybe he doesn't know what he's talking about. Maybe he's flat out hoaxing. I don't know. Maybe he got a little too excited. It happens. But the fact that he spent 40 nights out there, nonstop consecutively, he is doing the work. He is trying. Maybe he gets confused and gets overexcited about things he caused. Well, that happens. Maybe he's not, maybe he needs to learn a little bit more of certain things to get more proficient at not thinking everything's Bigfoot. Okay, that's fine too. But he is out there, and he did 40 nights consecutively. There ain't no one doing it. I wish I could do that. If my family could let me, I would do it. He did it. And I think that first half of that documentary of some of that stuff that he was getting and interacting with, was pretty towards legit to me, and I found very intriguing. So, say what it is. A lot of people can shit on him all they want because he might think a porcupine's a Bigfoot, and maybe he's wrong on that piece of evidence. That's just one piece of evidence. He has a bunch of other stuff, and he did put the work in at 40 nights out there, and no one else doing it. You go ask any of these Bigfoot experts, even the people who trash on them, even real deal Bigfoot researchers. I'm pretty sure there's no one else who can say they did that. Certainly not last year, and probably not the year before that. So, who's done that last 5 years? So, I'll give credit where credit is due, and I think, he's doing the work, Maybe he needs to tighten up the britches a little bit and get a little bit more finely tuned on what he's looking at and trying to understand stuff, but he is certainly doing the work and is doing a lot more than a lot of other people who get more credit than him. So yeah, that's my hot take on Christopher Noel. I like him. He reminds me a lot of my uncle, actually, and so I hang well with that. And being out there in the field with him, he is doing the work, and I would like to go out in the field more with him and get real evidence.
Thank you for listening to his TED Talk.
Mine?
Yeah.
Well, it's just something that I have been thinking about for a while now with Christopher Noel. He's gotten a lot of crap from this thing, and
I don't really know him, so
I try to keep out. I shouldn't keep out of it. I should voice my opinion, and my opinion is, I like Chris. I think he is doing the work. Maybe he's a little wrong on this piece of evidence that he has. Hey, that's fine. It's cool. It happens. I could be wrong on some of the stuff I present too. Like, I hardcore think it's this. Well, I could be wrong too. I mean, it's not pointed out as obviously as what Chris is dealing with, but I will vouch and say, when I was out there with him, we were doing the work. So, and it wasn't make believe time out there.
Looks like we have one last comment on that.
Yeah, sure. Let's go 4 hours, and we're done.
Oh no, I don't know about that.
It's 15 minutes.
It's 15 minutes. I can have to myself.
Pyromedics comment? Is that what you're talking about, or?
Yeah.
I'll bring that up. Meanwhile, while these folks fight among themselves, there are a few groups researching that area and others close by that I hope will find something and show it. Yeah. I mean, area's not, super unique or anything, but it seems like these creatures, what they do, they watch people, and then they, if they want to interact with you, they will. If they don't, they don't. And I think some people, they just do not want to interact with. They don't get a good vibe from. Whatever they pick up on, they don't want to deal with. And some people, it seems like they do. It seems like for whatever reason, maybe it's the beard, the long hair, it seems like I have better luck than most people. If it's good or bad and makes people hate me, it doesn't matter. Hey, it's just what happens, man. I just go out there with the camera. That's literally all I do. Okay? If stuff happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I go out and I try. And that's okay, Lockford. You can have that opinion. And I will say that he has some pretty funny non-Bigfoot related books that are pretty spicy for Mr. Christopher Noel. I thought that was kind of funny finding that out. So, anyways, but hey, that's my opinion on Chris because that's just what I've interacted with, and I don't think he's right on a lot of stuff. I don't the porcupine thing, but I think he does do a lot of good work. He raises a lot of good questions. He does think out there. He does ask a lot of reasonable, critical thinking questions and how to explain stuff. We were looking at some things and trying to see if it's manipulation or not, and we actually got a good clip that it does point towards manipulation. And I asked Chris, what do you think about this? And we kind of looking at these different details of things being stuffed in underneath, the fact of how it's over here held in place, and he knew what he was talking about. He wasn't talking bull crap. He wasn't making up stuff like Drunken Chad. He'll see anything laying around and say it's a tree structure and go into whole detail of how could this be happening and stuff, and overlooking obvious details of why it happened naturally. Christopher Noel was very methodical about it and wasn't have any bullshit artist mentality about it. Wasn't trying to pull over anything on me to see if I was going to fall in line with it, and nothing like that. No. I never got any vibe from him. Everything was very, laid back but serious, I would say that, he's probably not as proficient and as knowing all the sounds and everything, and, as maybe he should be, but he definitely is trying. So. Okay. But, Lockbeard's last comment, about the dude covering his beard because he thinks it offends Bigfoot or something. Never heard that one, but
I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's how you carry yourself out there and how you present yourself, because these things observe people. Like I said, the very beginning of this, they observe people. They watch people. They watch how our mannerisms, how we act, facial expressions and stuff. They might be able to pick up on deception in people better than humans. They might be able to tell when people are being deceitful and lying to them. Maybe, depending on what your belief is, their cultures and stuff, maybe they don't take lying very well. They don't like people like that because, it's a very bad trait to have. It causes conflict, drama, fights, wars, danger to them, So, but that's just speculation, of course. I think they do observe people and they pick up on our mannerisms, and they don't like certain people. And if you're out there being stupid and drunk and doing something and being totally just outrageous, you think that they're going to want to interact with you, we're trying for full-blown interaction, good interaction, on film, not, stuff being, thrown or aggressive stuff, but good interaction, repeatable stuff, and a relationship building that, hopefully they will come out in the open on camera, and hopefully build up progressively to more and more stuff that we can potentially show you. And, we're going to go different areas and try to get different results in different areas and repeatable results in different areas that will hopefully lead towards, scientific results of, all these findings. While we're not professional scientists or even citizen scientists, we can capture evidence and stuff that, shouldn't, will help add to the credibility of the species. So. That's what I want. I want interaction now. I want to see one during the daytime, interaction, get it on film for you guys. But now I really feel like just standing up for the truth and integrity, and, not bowing down to anyone or anything that stands in the way. And if it's 50 years of old crap that needs to come down, then let's rip it down. because it's standing in the way and it's muddying the waters. And these people who are like this and are doing all this BS and stuff, it's not helping anything. It's hindering in us, and and I've been told, if you want to, get up there to this upper echelon of all this people who know each other and all these contacts and all this and all that, you kind of have to play a certain way. You have to present yourself as a certain way. You can't say it's Bigfoot. You can't, say it's this. You can't say it's that. You have to, tread lightly and walk on eggshells for people to be accepted. And I'm not about that. So, never have been, never will be, and I'm not going to start now. I know how you feel. Blackbeard. I feel the same way about people and stuff and channels and stuff like that. But the people, who I do feel are doing the work and stuff, I'll be honest about it. Even if they maybe have evidence that is not what they say and claim or pushing. I mean, what am I going to say? It's one thing. And I know that they're, really genuine and are really trying to do their best at it. I'm going to say that. So if I don't like you, I'll don't really want to say your name, but man, piss me off enough. I don't give. I'll say that just like I've dropped a few names on here.
It's not like they're gonna watch a 4-hour live stream though.
Oh, you'd be surprised. You would be surprised.
I would.
I bet. Well, I bet the one does. I bet he does, trying to find any little golden nugget of information that we're doing or what we're gonna do and plan. And so it's like, Jesus, come up with your own ideas. See, that was another thing. They don't have no original idea of themselves. It's all stealing ideas or regurgitation of old ideas that somehow are going to work in the new group. So.
Okay, because they stole the other event. I mean, they're a part of it now, but
Yeah, well, that's another thing is, these talks. So these podcasters who are not researchers, who are are newbies in the Bigfoot community, and yet they've done a few podcasts, and all of a sudden they're gonna throw an event, and all of a sudden they're big shots, and it's like, first of all, you're not even in physical shape to even go out there. You can't even walk a half a mile out in the woods before you're gonna die of a heart attack. You don't know nothing. You're a glorified storyteller, okay? And you wanna. Hey, that's cool, man. Hey, I'm not bashing everyone, but if you're con artist mentality, well, it'll come out. It will come out. If I tell you the reasons why I don't hang out with these people and we're not doing this event because of this, this, and this, and then you decide, well, I'm gonna call that venue. I'm gonna call them, and I'm gonna do my own event. I'm gonna try to do this, this, and this. And I'm going to work with those people who, yeah, Blake, you did tell me did all this to you. I'm going to work with them anyways. Even though I told you I didn't like that guy. I didn't like him. I didn't like how he was. I didn't like how drunk he was. I'm going to work with him anyways because money, money, money. Money, money, money. Some people's only gift in this Bigfoot community research is the gift of gab, the gift of talking to people, of networking, and convincing them to the bullshit that they spew is going to be worth a damn when it's not. The only thing they have going for them. Well, that's what they're good at. And so that's how they manipulate. And when money is involved, it greases the seams and lets things slide. So. Yeah, I hear you there. All right, James. Anything you want to ask, know about, tell all.
Who?
I think he's doing something.
I'm sorry. What did you say? Sorry.
I was asking you if there's any last things you want to bring up or talk or wanted me to be honest about, because there's no reason to lie about stuff. You know, it's just the truth.
No, I'm all good.
I'm right. Put up this, Blackbeard. Let's just say I wasn't impressed with him when he was down there either. Yeah. Hey, man. It's awesome you tell me all these awesome stories about all this awesome evidence you caught on these awesome adventures that you had. While you're here in Florida, maybe you should get up and do something. Or, sit at camp all day, and your bright idea, Mr. Bigfoot expert, is we're going to set up another camp at this other spot and throw a football around and act like we're campers there and get evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was in Florida. Yeah. It's a little stick to some people. Hey, man, you're a Bigfoot expert. You know, you're proficient in audio and everything's your best, but, your bright idea is to go from one camp lounging around to do nothing, to go make a fake camp and do the exact same thing, which is nothing but sit on your butt at a camp. These are the experts. Now I don't think I want to go with that group. I'm gonna go over here when we're actually gonna go out and stuff. So yeah. Yep. That's how I felt. That's how I felt about that. But hey, everyone's different, has their own ideas, and I didn't want to be a part of that one, and so I didn't go with that group. But I wasn't impressed by them. By the one, only one of them went. Yeah, more fake stuff,
Are we Bigfooting or are we camping?
Yeah, it is. Oh, too hot, to camping, and yeah, that was it was a joke. I heard that, and I didn't say nothing to anyone, but it was like, I was just thinking, are you freaking kidding me, dude? That is the laziest excuse I've ever heard. And even though they did see orbs and stuff happened over there, it's good that you went out there and stuff happened, but like, you didn't mean like go investigate anything, really. You didn't mean like, from what I heard, no one really went into the woods not too far or anything,
It doesn't sound good.
No, and that's the problem was, all these people were expected to do the work and expected to, talk to all this crap and talk themselves up and this and that. I have this plan and we're going to do this. And, they didn't even step up and meet the mark. They didn't even step up half the time. So, if Kerry doesn't want to say that because he wants to be polite to people, that's fine. But I'm not going to be polite to those people because it almost ruined my experience. And, these are fake people. They don't need to be on these expeditions because they ain't worth a damn. They're wasting a valuable spot that some other researcher could be on doing the damn work. And these are not the experts. These are a bunch of chumps, a bunch of nobodies who glorify camping and have a little something happen, and then they go, balls to the walls about it. They don't even leave camp. You can hear some of these stories on Beast TV, and when they say, the one dude says, I don't go out. He does it on purpose. Yeah, I basically they stall on taking people out until like it's way late. Everyone doesn't want to go out because they're tired. Then he goes out. The one dude, I don't even know their names, because whatever stupid reason it is, it's stalling. It's not wanting to take people out. It's being lazy about it. It's being lazy.
That sounds
Or
lazy.
moving so slow that you're going to take 2 hours to move 200 yards, 300 yards, 100 yards an hour. I can see in certain circumstances, yeah, but not all the time. I mean, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to be pushing into the woods. Like, you're barely leaving your car. And these are the Bigfoot experts, These are the people watch, and people, get thousands of views in every single week, and people can't miss their shows. But the reality is, it ain't worth a damn out there. They didn't impress me. They didn't even do anything. There's nothing to be impressed about. People that I thought, we got knowledgeable people, oh yeah, I could learn something from them. I could learn what not to do to not find Bigfoot. And that was disheartening. And I've said it many times without mentioning names. I think I've mentioned more names on this show than any other time. Pretty positive on that. There's other times where I've mentioned no one's names, and it's very disheartening that, you go and look to, have informative discussions and learn some stuff, and, it doesn't happen because these people aren't real. And what they know is bull crap. And you know what, I don't want to seem like I'm full of myself. I hate that, probably I come off as this all-knowing person and experiencer and stuff. All I can say is, yeah, I go out there and I experience stuff, and from that experience is where I come from, and I work from. These people aren't having experiences. They're not really out there encountering stuff. A lot of people have never been in a situation where the thing's close to them, and they have the camera on there. They have not been in those situations. I, unfortunately, for better or for worse, bad luck or good luck, I have been in more than a few situations where they are very close. It is an intense situation, and you're in the moment. You know exactly what's happening. I'm a hunter. I'm not like the best hunter. I'm not like Rambo hunting out there, but I'm proficient enough to know things. And so when I go out there and I'm next to you in the woods, and you act like a city boy who's really doesn't know anything, how can I, what am I supposed to think? It's an act. You come on a show and you act, or you present yourself in one way and you're not. It's an act. And it's a dangerous act for you, because you are going to be put in situations by people to be out there. And if you're leading people and people are looking up to you for safety, for insurance, that, you know what you're doing, what you're doing, where you're going, how to get out, exactly how these animals are going to behave, how to keep us safe in all these situations. It's very dangerous, because those people have no clue and are doing it on sheer luck. Well, that's 4 hours for you folks. Hope you guys.
I was waiting for you to say your next thing. I thought you were going to keep going.
I mean, I don't know. No point, just there's just no point. I mean, these people are just even if we spout all day long, half the people will never see the information to even know that they're fake, and yeah. So But
Yeah, it sucks.
on a good note, these people usually out themselves and they can't keep up with these lies, these hoaxes, this persona, this act. And a lot of people who've been watching a lot of people and researchers for a lot of years are waking up to it. And they will tell you, man, I've been with this guy for years, and I just, I can't deal with BS anymore. So I think there's a younger generation coming up who are very determined, very mindset on goals and doing things the right way and not giving a crap about influence, political correctness, or whatever that we're, I guess, supposed to care about. So we're knocking down the walls and we're expanding this box that we've been locked in and sat in for 50 years. We're going to break these walls and we're just going to explore. And we don't care who gets butthurt about it because it doesn't matter to us. There's nothing in this Bigfoot community that they could do to me where they could crush my credibility and stuff like this and paint me to be this and that. I mean, my videos speak for themselves, and anyone who's gone into the field with me can tell you that I'm the real deal, and we go do the real deal stuff. So, I don't know. That's what it is, and we hope. Hopefully, you guys understand that, see that with your own eyes, and you guys enjoy. We enjoy your guys' support. Watching our stuff. So, without anything else, guys, we'll be shutting down the stream. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the Sunday morning. Hopefully, you have a good Sunday day, and we'll have another video out here midweek. Okay. Let me check on this last comment. All right, folks. Thank you, everyone, for watching the live show. We really appreciate everything you guys do, all the support you guys give.
Wait, 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours. I meant to do this a long time ago, but here's an email for you guys to reach me, the Lost Cryptids Conservatory at gmail.com. Each word is uppercased. And that is the official email for the Lost Cryptids Conservatory. You can contact me through that and ask me anything, concerns, whatever. It's a way to contact me about whatever. Or you guys can have this one, which is my personal email, which I use for everything. So you guys can contact me there for any personal reasons or come on the show, maybe talk about encounters or whatever you guys have to talk about. You guys can reach me there. And I appreciate that. So get a hold of me, contact me, and we'll see you guys next week or next time and stuff. I don't know if it's gonna be Saturday or Friday or a weekday. So I guess we'll find out when it happens. So without further ado, guys, you guys have a good night.
Yep.